Guys, welcome to the 2026 Roland Garros men's final between Zverev and Cobolli. This is the Intuitive Tennis live stream reaction, watch along. We're going to commentate on the match. We're going to have fun in here. Let me give you a couple of things to consider in regards to this final. So, first and foremost, nerves. You can look at this a couple of different ways. So, Cobolli is in his first Grand Slam final. Certainly, that can be overwhelming. It can create a lot of pressure. And it's plausible to think that Cobolli might be a little bit tight. Now, there's always the other side of the coin, you know? Boris Becker yesterday said something very interesting. He said the fact that Cobolli has never been in a Grand Slam final, he doesn't know what it's like to lose one of these, how much it hurts. And for that reason, it might be easier to play the first one. So that's another way to look at it. So he might indeed, like I said, be a little bit tight. That's plausible, but it's also plausible to think that he might play freely because the first time he's there, he doesn't know what it is. He doesn't know what it's like. To lose one of these, like Boris Becker said, and the pain associated with that. So for that reason, he might treat this like any other match. Okay, Zverev. We're going to discuss Zverev in depth today. And he has a golden opportunity here. Will he be tight? Will he be nervous? I think that's an important question. And we will get the answer. Now, I think the opportunity for Cobolli is in the first set. The last three matches that Zverev played against De Jong, against Hodar, and against Menchik, he played a relatively poor first set. And the shot that gets tentative the most out of all the Zverev shots is the forehand. And first set against Menchik, he was, hitting the forehand somewhat loopy, and it was landing often around the service line. It was similar against De Jong and against Hodar. Now, Zverev turned his game around in each one of those first sets and won the first sets in his last three matches. He was able to find his best game. And he was also a little bit fortunate. I think it goes both ways. I think Hodar serving at 5-3 kind of gave that game away. De Jong was up 3-11 in tiebreak. Zverev stepped it up. So even there, you can look at it from a couple of different angles. So if we see a similar thing, which is plausible, Zverev just a tad tentative in this first set, that's the opportunity. That's an opportunity for Cobolli to win the first set. In my eyes, if Zverev comes out strong in this one, which he might, and if he wins the first set, I think the chances are very high for a straight set win for Zverev, because I do think he's the better player. He has the bigger repertoire, and he has the bigger weapons. So I think we might see something similar to the match they played in Madrid, a few weeks ago, where Zverev won 1-4. Now, Cobolli has a win over Zverev, and I do think, people underestimate the importance of other tournaments. People often make it all about the Grand Slams, but everything matters. And even though they played in Munich, which used to be a 250, now it's a 500, this match mattered. Cobolli was able to take out Zverev at home. At a tournament where Zverev was defending champion, where he generally plays well, Cobolli took him out 3-3. Now, people have educated me in the comments that there was something wrong with Zverev's dog prior to that match. There was some kind of emergency, and Zverev didn't sleep a lot the night before that match. I don't know if that's true or not, could be. So that could explain that match, but certainly Cobolli doesn't care, because in his head he understands, he believes that he can beat Zverev. So it's an important match regardless of what the reasoning for it was at that time. So again, if Cobolli comes out strong, plays freely, if Zverev is just a little bit tentative, and if Cobolli can win the first set, I do think Cobolli can win this match or make it a very tight, long, grueling match, possibly 4 to 5 sets. If Zverev comes out strong, I think he gets on a roll. Zverev's type of player that can raise his game in one specific match. He's a great champion. I'm never going to take the results of Zverev away from him, like some people do, and put labels on him. He's a champion. We don't have to go through his accomplishments here, but Olympic gold, 2 ATP finals, 7 Master Series titles, beat everyone that you have to beat, big 3, Sinner Alcaraz. So this is a great champion, and he can raise his game. So again, first set, super important in this one, and I think it can be a straight set victory for Zverev if he comes out strong. Or it can be really a battle. So we shall see, guys. It certainly is going to be entertaining, hopefully. Yesterday we were super pumped, super excited about the women's final. I think Chvalinska gained so many fans. I think her Instagram account jumped from like 20K to 440K or something like that, which is crazy. It jumped I think in a few days to that number, and people, I mean, they fell in love with Chvalinska, with her game. And the final was somewhat anticlimactic. So certainly I don't want to see something similar here, because this tournament, despite missing a lot of superstars, I think guys have stepped up and delivered some very entertaining tennis, especially in that first week. And my wish is that we see a very entertaining, competitive match. But again, this is tennis. One guy might be a little bit off, the other guy might be on fire, and we see a straight set win. So that's part of tennis too. It's kind of a thing of luck, I would say, what type of match you get in the finals. So we shall see, guys. I got to take a little break and take care of a couple of technical things regarding my scoreboard. I'll be right back, okay? Guys are walking onto the court. Match is a little bit delayed, not as much as the women's final though. Let me say hi to some people here in the chat. Yappa Man in the house, good morning. Enjoy your last morning of coffee. Yes, I might extend it to my live stream tomorrow. I'm going to do like my Grand Slam wrap-up live stream tomorrow, like I do for every Grand Slam. So I might have one tomorrow, and that's going to be the last one. You know, I'm going to go into withdrawal in the weeks leading up to Wimbledon, and at Wimbledon you're going to see me, you know, caffeine free. First set loss would be disastrous. Was very full on panic mode. Look, whispered 2-4-4-1. I think it would be tough for Zverev to handle, but again, I think he has proven in many matches that he can raise his game. So I don't necessarily think that it eliminates his chances from winning, but it certainly would make it the match very entertaining, very, very tight. But certainly doesn't mean that he's going to necessarily lose, you know? If Zverev wins today, who has a better career, him or Medvedev? Ewige Wiederkunft 777. That's a very good question. That's a good question. I'm going to go with Medvedev. I rate Medvedev slightly higher than Zverev. Slightly. It's not much, but slightly higher. Simply for the fact that his impact was bigger against the best players. And he's proven that even this year. I mean, that match against in Indian Wells against Sinner, remember that? 7-6, 7-6. And remember the semifinal, Sinner against Zverev? So his impact, his tactical adjustments, I rate Medvedev's skill level so sky high. I mean, listen, he took my boy to the max twice. Took him to 5 sets in a Grand Slam final, Nadal. US Open final, Australian Open final, 5 sets. He had him on the brink of a loss at the Australian Open. And he beat Djokovic in the final of the US Open when Djokovic was going for the calendar Grand Slam. So you gotta give the edge to Medvedev. But like numbers-wise, it could be like not even true. It could be that Zverev is a little bit better. I don't know. We'd have to look at the numbers. But I rate him higher. John Doe, thank you for the super chat, for another cup of coffee in case it goes to 5 sets. Thank you. Okay, if it goes to 5, I'll order one. I'll order one on Uber Eats. We'll get one delivered here. We'll see. It could go 5 sets. It could be an epic. John McEnroe commentating with Brian Anderson. Not familiar with him. Johnny Mac, one of my favorites. I love listening to the stories. The Mac Zone, very entertaining throughout this week. We're gonna tomorrow in my live stream. We're gonna talk about TNT coverage and all that. It's gonna be like a Q&A style video. You guys can ask questions. We can just hang out, talk about. I'm gonna have a board of topics, and one of the topics will be TNT. So we're gonna see. Bulls intro music during warm-up. Is it true? Really? Let me see. Oh, yeah. I don't like that. Do not like that at all. The Bulls should have like, copyright on that. Don't like anyone else using that song except the Bulls. With Jordan and Kukoc, Rodman, my favorite team of all time. Anyone recommended books on tennis nutrition? I don't know if there's any books on tennis nutrition. I'm sure there are, but I think just general nutrition, whatever makes sense to you, and apply that to tennis. I think it's going to make sense. One thing I'm not going to do here is get into nutrition advice. I've done it. I've done so many different things on my YouTube channel. I did a couple of weight loss challenges. I did one early. I think it was like 2019 or 2020. I did a weight loss challenge, getting back in shape. And then I did another one in 2022. That one was extreme because I really got fat in that year. And I lost like 25 pounds, I think. And I documented all of it. And nutrition was part of the second one. You guys excited about this match? Looks like we got some good people in here. 2:46. The match hasn't even started yet. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Yapaman asked, do you also expect a lot of mistakes in the first set? Will the level be high from the start? It's so hard to say, It's hard to say. It could be. And I'm not a stickler for like high level right from the get-go. Like even with Rafa back in the day, he sometimes was a little bit tense in the first couple of games, Like I said yesterday, like Rafa, or a couple of days ago, Rafa often wouldn't grunt in the first game. I think that was from tension. And then he started opening everything up after a few games. But, you know, first two games, just getting into the match. I think once you get towards the middle of the first set, it starts getting exciting, you know. But certainly it doesn't mean that the beginning is unimportant. In tennis, everything matters. Even the first point matters, you know. It's a crazy game like that. But yeah, it's impossible to predict how these guys will show up. Could be great from the beginning, it could be shaky, but we'll see. Where can we watch the match for free? I don't know. Don't ask me. I do not know. It's on TNT here in the United States. HBO app. It's been pretty good. What match was that where the score didn't work? Oh, that was Schneider Holinska, remember? The scoreboard broke. That was ridiculous. And then the audio was mismatched with the actual contact of the ball. So there was some faux pas with the coverage for sure. When does it start? Well, it's supposed to start at 9 in accordance to the order of play, but they're late. They were late yesterday. So it's probably gonna, I don't know, it's gonna start right now. It's gonna start right now. I don't know who's serving first. Keydon, I'm not watching NBA. I stopped watching NBA for a long time ago. I'm not following it. Cobolli serving first. First serve clips the net, goes out. Second serve. And Zverev with a body return decides to hit a backhand. And Cobolli misses his backhand cross-court long. Love 15. One thing I missed to discuss in the intro, but I discussed in my preview video from a couple of days ago, that break that Cobolli had. I think it's very bad. I think that's very bad to have that like break in rhythm. Like I said, it's a huge disadvantage for Cobolli. Double fault, love 30. Let's see if Boris Becker is right. Or, you know, my initial feel was that, you know, Cobolli was going to be tight, but let's see how he comes out. So far, couldn't be a worse start for Cobolli. Second serve. Zverev overhits the backhand return. Cobolli with the come on. 15-30. Okay, one thing that I would ask you guys to not do is spoil the result, because there is a latency here. Unfortunately, we got latency. Some people adjust my YouTube stream to the actual match, and so if you could not spoil the score, because we are behind here by a point. So please do not spoil the score, okay? Because I have the actual live score, and it's I'm 1 point behind. What I'm actually looking at, my live coverage, 1 point behind from the actual score that's on my phone. So let's not spoil this, okay? Let's keep it in accordance to the actual TV broadcast in the United States. Thank you for the super chat, Keydon. I appreciate you. What is that currency? CZK. I appreciate your super chat. 30-40. Saves the first break point. I gotta turn this down. It's very, that's what people complain about with McEnroe. It's like, it's too much talk, you know what I mean? Even between points. I want to turn it down to the minimum volume, but I do want to be able to hear the points. It's a nice backhand there from Zverev. Cobolli's backhand clips the net. Zverev cross-court backhand, forehand, loop from Zverev. He goes down the line, misses the backhand into the net. Cobolli saves both break points. It's deuce. See, you know, I'm very disappointed that Zverev did not rip that forehand. He had a look, but he just rolled it in. He ripped the backhand, though, but I feel like that forehand he could have ripped. But he didn't. He did not. We'd love to see that as just like a statement early in the match. Okay, I'm going to be aggressive from the first game to the last. Commit to the forehand and go after it. Forehand lob, and it's long from Zverev. Add in. It's a nice turnaround for Cobolli in this game from 1540 to add in. Oh, it's Czech crowns. Okay. I thought you had Euro in Czechia, no? Whoa, the ball dancing on the net. Double touch on the net. That's rare. 1, 2, and then rolls over. Take a look, guys. Look, 1, 2. How rare is that? Fortunate for Zverev. That's fortunate, to say the least. Back to deuce. Kick from Cobolli. Zverev another looper forehand, and that's exactly what Cobolli should do. Once he gets that looper, he should rip his forehand. Exactly how he should approach getting that forehand from Zverev. Very discouraging start from Zverev. The forehand is the shot you want to look at. And I'm surprised he's not going out and be more aggressive right off the bat. He's playing similarly to the last 3 matches that he's played. And listen, you can't blame him. That's his comfort zone. He's accomplished a lot in his career playing like this. It's about getting out of the comfort zone for him early here. The backhand is no problem. The backhand he rips. Like, take a look at this rally. But backhand he's ripping confidently with a high speed. There's the forehand. Those are good backhands in that rally from Zverev. Cross-court most of them. He goes down the line. Back to deuce. You know, backhand to backhand advantage is going to be for Zverev, 100%. And, you know, the one thing that Zverev is good at is, I'll show you guys here on the board in a second. Looper forehand again from Zverev around the half court. Another looper forehand from Zverev. Cobolli goes for the forehand down the line and misses it. Break point Zverev. Cobolli is trying to give him this game. I'm gonna, and once this game's over, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with the backhand to backhand advantage for Zverev on the board here. Nick, what would you do in Zverev's shoes with all the pressure he's had in the last 3 finals in the past? Listen, he was outplayed in the last one. He was very close in the first 2. He played well in the second one. First one was that was a big serve there from Cobolli to save breakpoint number 3. First one against Team, you know, that was younger Zverev. That was certainly like where he got the choker label, and you could make an argument that he gave that match away. You know, he certainly was up had a lot of chances, up 2-0 and other chances too. So that one, put that aside. That wasn't good tennis from him. But Alcaraz 2024, I thought Zverev played well. It's Carlitos, man. He's the clay god. Taking Carlitos to 5 sets, up 2-1 against Carlitos, I think, was it? Thought Zverev played well there. That's a phenomenal point there from Zverev. That's a nice looking forehand too from the half court. And a put away backhand volley. Break point chance number 4 for Zverev. Another attempt at a big flat serve from Cobolli, which is interesting. Kick second serve, Zverev deep return with the backhand, and he gets the break. This was a huge game from Zverev right there. And, he won it with his backhand, basically. He did hit a good forehand on that previous point from the half court, but Cobolli must be kicking himself for this start. It didn't help to start with a couple of loose points, unforced error, double fault to go down love 30, but he shouldn't have given Zverev the break. So let me quickly show you what I'm talking about with the backhand-to-backhand advantage. So this is where I think Zverev has, one of the reasons why he has one of the best backhands on the ATP Tour and is consistently ranked in the top 5 for the best backhands. So this is Cobolli here. This is Zverev. So a lot of guys, when they go cross-court, they'll add more spin. They'll have more RPM, the ball. And naturally, when they go down the line, it's more flat, It's more flat going here. Whoops. It's more flat going here. And it's more spin going here. But Zverev can hit the backhand flat, even cross-court. And he can hit it with a really sharp trajectory. So he can hit it here, flat. And when he hits it here flat, Cobolli can't run around. He just can't run around. It's impossible. And now he's going to be stuck in backhand to backhand, and he doesn't want to do that because Zverev's backhand is better than the Cobolli backhand. Regularly, like against other players, because this trajectory here is cross-court with more spin and more shape, he's so fast, Cobolli can run around. But it's going to be more difficult against Zverev because Zverev's backhand is so incredibly good. Love 15. Keydon says, I told you it was going to be boring. I know it just started. Let's see, Keydon. Let's see, man. Could be boring. I'm not arguing with you. If Cobolli comes out far away from his best, it's going to be straight sets for Zverev. Or if Zverev wins the first set, I don't think Cobolli wins second or third set. I really don't think so. Because I feel Zverev will raise his game. If he gets out the first set, he'll loosen up. He'll start ripping the forehand. Like he did against Menchik and against De Jong and against Hodar. Zverev's forehand was firing against Hodar. Firing in this last 2 sets. I'm not dissing the Zverev forehand. I think the forehand is purely mental. He can hit it so well. But it's related to his comfort zone. And he's such a high percentage player. He just, doesn't want to take risks when he doesn't feel that he can rip. But once he feels that he can rip, watch out. The forehand can be really good. The 2 best matches in regards to Zverev's forehand that I've ever seen was Nadal 2024 Roland Garros and Nadal 2022 Roland Garros. Good morning, Ismail. Nice to see you in here. And so Zverev certainly has potential to have an incredible forehand. Right there, you see that? That's a free forehand. Okay, the ball was a little bit higher there, but he ripped inside in very hard. And if he plays like that, Cobolli's not winning a set. 40-15. I feel the serve for Zverev, it's always there, It's his most important shot, of course, and it's his most improved shot, especially the second serve, and it's just it's one of the most insane serves in the history of tennis. It won't show up in all-time categories for aces and it won't be regarded as the best, one of the best serves of all time by the numbers necessarily, even though we would have to look at it where he ranks. He's certainly up there too, but it's the combination of control and power. It's unlike anything else I've ever seen. To be able to serve like 75% or 80% and hit that hard is truly mind-boggling, you know? See what I mean? The backhand-to-backhand exchanges for Cobolli are going to be a nightmare. He tries to change the direction down the line, misses, love 15. That's a good miss from Zverev. I like that. That's a positive miss right there. You know, Flavio gave him a looper forehand, and Zverev just went after it. Love it. He missed it, but I love it. Maybe he's already free. Haven't gotten the break in that first game. Maybe Zverev is already free, and he's gonna blaze through this final. Cobolli, on the other hand, he's got to step up his game. You know, he's got to go beyond now. He really has to step it up, pump himself up, get the energy level up, get the crowd involved. You know, he's going to have to work hard because he's going to be in a lot of trouble here if he gets down 2 breaks. Was that in? It looked long. It's a humongous serve down the tee, but did he make that forehand inside in? Look long. Oh, it was in. Was it? Doesn't help that they completely get rid of the scoreboard when they do a slow-mo replay. I never understood that. I guess it was in. 30-15. Zverev overhits his forehand cross court. 40-15. Good morning, Super Dave. Good to see you in here. And that's a huge hold right there for Cobolli. Zverev gave him some unforced errors, but I thought, especially that second point, those were positive unforced errors. He's going after his forehand. Aren't Cobolli's kicks a bit too safe and predictable? Look, you could make that argument, but you know, let's use the board here. So if he's standing, let's say he's standing here, right? And he's, for sure, the likelihood of kick is high if he's standing there, but he also has the ability to do a fake kick and go here. Go right here. So if you do that enough, like, you keep the guy guessing, you'll never know what's coming exactly. And it doesn't have to be that frequent, actually, but you just don't know as a returner. So, you know, as long as you're not doing kick out wide 100% of the time, right here, and you mix it up every now and then, you still keep that guy guessing. So in that regard, no. And, you know, even if, let's just say that it is completely predictable, and it's like the slice serve of Nadal to the backhand, even though players know it's going there, it's still only so much you can do with that great of a kick serve. You know, you're going to be returning from over here, right? So you're in kind of trouble anyway. Same with getting a lefty slice. Even if you know it's coming there, you're still going to have a hard time returning it. And a backhand drop shot from Zverev on the first ball in the rally, which I'm not the biggest fan of. And Cobolli overhits the forehand down the line, 15 love. It was not a good drop shot. Cobolli almost got there too fast. He's one of the fastest guys on tour. Good morning, Clarity. Cobolli with the grunt. He's starting to grunt. And it's a forehand winner from Zverev. Good to see that. Cobolli gave him a loopy ball in a half court, and Zverev ripped it for a winner inside in. 30 love. It's a good looking forehand right there. Brian Russell, new to the channel. Thank you for joining the live. I appreciate it. Zverev misses the backhand down the line. He's going to go check the mark, or maybe not. 30-15. What are Flavio's strengths? Where was that? Oh, what do you think are Flavio's main strengths? Okay, that's a good question. I think, I just talked about the serve. I do think the serve is a strength. That kick serve is really good. He also can flatten it out and hit it hard, so he's got a good serve. Number one strength is the forehand. He can win matches with his forehand. He's not hitting that many today, actually, and that's, like I said earlier, it's because of that flat, hard cross-court backhand from Zverev. But generally, this guy is so fast. He's such a good mover. He can play forehands on the vast majority of balls, and especially off his serve. That's part of the reason why he stands over here to get a forehand, to open up the court. So I would say his speed and his forehand strengths. And I think also he can be a high energy player. It can be tough to deal with. Like just when he's at his best, he can be very dangerous. His backhand is not as bad as people think it is. I think it's quite good actually, but obviously not the same heaviness as the forehand. Martin Luttenberg, go Sasha. I think once he got his first Grand Slam, he might be a danger for Sinkaraz or Novak. We're going to discuss this in depth in my post-match analysis video that's going to come out later this evening. And Zverev with another forehand winner holds the 30. 3-1. We're going to discuss that in depth in my video that's going to come out later this evening. So make sure make sure everyone is subscribed and look out for that video. We're not going to discuss that right now. It's not the time and the place. Let's just focus on this match at hand, which is starting like a dream for Zverev. The fact that Cobolli lost the serve in that first game, it couldn't have been a better scenario for Zverev. I feel like that shook off his nerves right there. It opened him up right away. Allowed him to play more freely because the forehand opened up early in this match. And by open up, I mean like he started hitting it more freely. He missed that, okay. Having a hard time seeing the ball on some points. Zverev from outside the singles line goes down the line with his forehand, misses it just a little bit wide. Love 15. That's a great question, Ismail. I wonder if Federer has a say on who gets sponsored. All On players are great talent. Yeah, they do a really good job sponsoring talented players. Fonseca, Swiatek, Cobolli, who else? Shelton. I mean, like it's all young, talented players. Nick, would you ever become a chair umpire? No. No way. Nope. Absolutely not. Tell you a couple of stories about umpiring on an exchange over that you might find amusing. There's that backhand cross-court from Zverev. Goes down the line deep, and Cobolli overhits the forehand. You guys saw he did like this with the racket. He's not feeling his shots. He feels like he can't control them well. He's made a lot of unforced errors so far, Cobolli. And I think it can directly be explained with nerves. He came out tight. Big serve from Cobolli, goes long. Second serve. Second serve. Let's see what Zverev does with this one. I'm sure it's going to be kick. Is it second serve? No, but it was back to first serve. Wish I could hear the actual match, but there's a lot of talk. So I got to keep the volume on a minimum. Heavy forehand from Cobolli, but a down the line backhand from Zverev. Hit very hard. Forehand to the Cobolli backhand. Zverev spreading the ball nicely, but there comes that forehand looper. He gives Cobolli an opportunity to go hard with his forehand, but again, he's not feeling the ball right now. And his best shot is letting him down. His forehand misses it wide. Goes for that inside-out shot that he can hit with his eyes closed normally. 15-40. Zverev with two chances to get up a double break in this first set. Could not be a better start than this for Zverev. Now again, that first game, and we talked about in the beginning, you know, will this match be, somebody asked, will this match be like boring in the beginning? And like everything matters in tennis. That first game was huge, huge for Zverev. Drop shot, Cobolli goes into the net, and we're 4-1 double break. E. Montero, what's RI? Rhode Island? Let me know what RI is. Double break, guys. It's double break. Like I said in my intro, I don't foresee Cobolli winning a set if he loses the first set. But in this instance, it is a little bit different though, because you know he's like far from his best, right? So you could make an argument that he's going to start playing better maybe in the second set or the third set. Maybe he's going to start playing better even in this set. Who knows? But I'm looking at this more through the eyes of Zverev to get through a first set, some that he struggled with in the last three matches. I feel that Zverev can play even better than he's playing now. So for those reasons, even if Cobolli steps up his game, which he probably will, doubt that Cobolli can win a set in this one. Julius Max, so men's and women's very boring finals, I guess. Well, we just started with this one. Let's see what happens. But yeah, it could be a little bit anticlimactic, you know. Tennis can be like that sometimes. Certainly the women's final was anticlimactic because people were so excited after Holinska beat Schneider. It was such a great match. One of many that Holinska has played. And on the men's side, so many great matches in the first week, and towards the end, not so much. We have to see. But that's tennis, though. There's no guarantee that you'll have a 5-set match every time, you know? That's a big forehand there from Cobolli. He needed that big time. He ripped that forehand on the run. Love 15. Oh, Rhode Island is RI. Okay, gotcha. Home of the National Tennis Hall of Fame. Is that where Newport is? You know, it's so funny you bring that up. I actually, back when I was still playing tournaments, before I like really destroyed my knee for the second time for good, I wanted to travel and play like men's 30s or men's 35s. And the grass court one was in, what was it? I remember. I think the 30 was in Philadelphia at the cricket club. And there was one, maybe it was the men's open grass court national. It was in Newport. And I always wanted to go there and play, but it doesn't look like I'll be able to now with my knee. Especially, I can't even barely play on the hard court, on clay. I mean, on grass, it's the most demanding in regards to the knee. So kiss grass goodbye for me. But yeah, maybe I'll go up there one time to check out the International Hall of Fame. I think, isn't it Federer getting inducted this year? So that'd be, if you can attend, that would be the time to attend to see Roger Federer get inducted. 15:30, Zverev dumps a forehand to the net. Here's a mini window for Cobolli. Oh, Ismail says it's open grass Newport. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Men's Open is in Newport. 30 and 35 is in Philadelphia, isn't it? At the cricket club. Mini window here for Cobolli to get one break back. Zverev comes to the net with his forehand. Not the greatest approach shot, kind of set up for Cobolli, but he cannot do anything with it. Dumps it back into the net. 30 all. Julius Max says, hope Cobolli can find a little rhythm or inspiration like in Munich 2 months ago. I hope so too. But you know, I just want to put into context that he did lose to Ben Shelton the following day. And that kind of, it was weird for me to see him lose to Shelton. I do think Shelton is good on a good. Listen, I've got a lot of respect for Shelton's game. And he's an incredible player, but I felt it was kind of weird how he can beat Zverev and then lose to Shelton in straight sets. And he did not play well against Shelton, especially in the first set. But then people educated me, and I mentioned this earlier, that there was something going on with Zverev's dog. There was some kind of accident on a golf course or something, and Zverev didn't sleep all night prior to that match or something. So there might be a little asterisk with that win from Cobolli over Zverev. Because Zverev played him in Madrid a couple of weeks later and beat him 4-1 or 1-4. There's that cross-court backhand from Zverev, that one right here. See that? Zverev is so good at that flat, angled cross-court backhand. Holds from 15:30, 5-1. Grass is your favorite surface, E. Montero? That's cool. I don't think I would be good on grass. I could probably hold serve, okay? But once the ball's in play, I think it would be tough. And moving on there would be tough. And that's an open court volley miss from Cobolli. This match is turning into a nightmare for him right now. He got to get a hold here for several reasons. First, to start shifting the momentum of this right now. Do it in the first set rather than trying to do it early in the second set, because you might go down a break in the second set early. You can't shift the momentum. And also, don't want to have Zverev serve first in the second set. So he's got to get a hold here. Zverev gives him a backhand cross-court miss, 15 all. It's a nice forehand from Zverev, very heavy to the Cobolli backhand. He gets another Netzroller. Second Netzroller from Zverev. The luck is on his side in this one. He hit one earlier that bounced twice on the net before going over. Look at that one. 15-30. Nick, what is the technique strategy of returning a body serve? Well, it starts with your preparation, your readiness, your intensity. I think flexibility certainly is something that's very important. And, that's one return that's not practiced very often. A lot of people don't practice return at all, some. But even when people do practice return of serve, they don't have the coach serve and body serve. So you got to practice. Depends, we're not going to get into it right now. Like, it can make a whole video on that one topic. We're not going to get into it now, but you got to practice it. It's not a bad, actually, idea for a video. Let me write that down before I forget. How to return a body serve. Because I have not, believe it or not, I've been doing this for 8 years. I have not covered every topic. There's still some that I haven't covered. How to return body serve on the list of videos that I need to do. So definitely we'll do that one. Don't know if it's going to be main channel or second channel, so that's why you gotta subscribe to both. And there's a set for Zverev. Wait a second. 3 breaks. He broke him 3 times. Do I got that right? First game, and he broke him to go up 4-1. Yeah, 3 breaks. That's crazy. 1, 2. Yep. He gets to serve first. I mean, listen. You could not have had a worse start for Cobolli. You couldn't. Because, listen, do you remember the Anisimova-Swiatek final of Wimbledon last year? It's a really interesting thing that happens mentally. See, look, obviously when you're losing, like with a big margin, the nerves are really not part of the equation. You're just getting beat, right? When it's a tight match, it's a different story. It's a completely different feeling. However, when you're losing by a lot, and if it's happening on court 18 where nobody sees, even there, it could be a factor because people are going to know about, you losing really easily. But imagine getting like destroyed on a grand scale like this, Grand Slam final, so now nerves can be a factor. I feel that Anisimova was so tight last year trying to win one single game, and she ended up winning 0 games. So if the second set continues to be like this, you could see Cobolli getting even more tight, as crazy as that sounds. Of course, in a best-of-3 match, the one advantage you have, there's more time to play yourself into a match. So I do expect Cobolli to start playing better, but this can turn into an absolute nightmare for Cobolli. Him trying to not embarrass himself in a Grand Slam final. Like, you don't want to lose a Grand Slam final 6-1, 6-2, 6-1 or something like that. You know what I mean? So that can create tension too and make it more difficult. What can Cobolli do right here to turn this around? Well, it's going to be tough because once Zverev got out of that first game, I feel that was a huge shift right there. Even that first game, he was a little bit tentative with the forehand very early in that game. And he started playing way better. Zverev started ripping. I remember him going for his forehands in the third game, up 2-love. He missed a couple, but I thought it was like positive misses. So you can expect Zverev to continue to playing well, maybe even better. So Cobolli needs to, first and foremost, get the energy level up, get himself pumped up, somehow get the crowd involved, do something. Like, it's got to do something, you know, to try to change the momentum of this one. Cobolli not as strong as expected of Zverev, too clutch. Well, I think Cobolli is nowhere near his best. I think that's what we're seeing here. He's made a lot of unforced errors off his best shot, his forehand. So he's nowhere near his best. And like I said, Zverev, once he got out of that first game, he's been playing well, really well, serving well like always, and backhand is clicking today. From the first point was clicking, and the forehand after that first game is clicking too. So Zverev playing well. It's going to be tough for Cobolli. Could Zverev get tight when he gets close to victory? That's something that we can discuss later, maybe. I don't think so, but he could. He could, theoretically. Misses a forehand there. I don't think it's a bad miss. Personally, he went after his forehand. Love 15. A big serve right there. Big T serve on the line. 15-all. Nick, are you secretly hoping that Zverev wins, considering you spent part of your life in Germany? No. Listen. Historically, I never supported German players. I liked Boris Becker when I was older, but I was an Agassi fan growing up, so no, I don't care. But I'm always against the German soccer team. Sorry for anyone in here that's German, but I'm Croatian, so I'm supportive of Croatian sports. But even with players from Croatia, I don't care. Like when Ivanišević played Agassi in the final, I was for Agassi in '92. So look, I'm enjoying tennis now because I have absolutely no preference who wins. I'm just watching it for the fun of it. I'm a huge Rafa fan, always will be a Rafa fan. Cobolli goes for a lob, misses it a little bit long, 40-15. I'm a huge Rafa fan. I really don't care either way. I'll be honest, like I do think the Sinner and Alcaraz, I mean, we're not going to get into it now. Like I said, tune into my video later. I'll discuss like what this means, if Zverev wins, what this means in regards to like the top of the game and whether he's going to have better chances against them in the future. But the best thing that tennis has to offer is a Sinner versus Alcaraz final, because it reminds me, nice hold there from Zverev, from love 15, 4 consecutive points, 1-love. The Sinner Alcaraz finals remind me of the Big Three era. And I'm very nostalgic when it comes to these legendary matchups, whether it's Borg against McEnroe, whether it's Sampras against Agassi, whether it's even Becker against Stich. Like, you know, living in Germany, that was like always so fun to watch when those two guys play each other. Whether it's like any of the Big Three playing against each other or even Andy Murray. So I feel like Sinner and Alcaraz is at that level. And it's the best thing that tennis has to offer. Nothing tops that. So that sometimes I'll be wishful for that. That's the only thing I will say. I'm wishful for Sincaraz finals. But look, in 2022, I decided to cover professional tennis. And at that time, I was honest with people and I told everyone, listen, I'm a huge Rafa fan. I will not go against Rafa. Nice kick serve there for Cobolli backhand error. I will not go against Rafa. And people were like, they understood that, but even some people were criticizing that. You can't be like a commentator or an analyst or do this on YouTube and have a favorite player. And I'm like, I agree with you. Not a fan of that play from Cobolli, kick serve, and then an immediate drop shot down the line that he misses, 15-all. I agree with that. You have to be neutral. So thankfully for my commentary videos, Rafa doesn't play anymore. So I couldn't care less who wins. I'll be really honest with you. It's a big serve down the tee from Cobolli, 30-15. I'm watching on German TV where Boris Becker is commentating, and he put it well when his commentator was astonished by Cobolli's level. That's what a Grand Slam final is going to do to you. Okay, but Boris also said yesterday that Cobolli, because he hasn't been in a final, doesn't know what it's like to lose one, and he might play freely. But like I said in the intro, everything has a flip side. You can look at everything from a couple of different angles. For sure, Cobolli came out tight in this one. So let's see if he can get things going in this game. He's up 30-15. Get a hold, start playing a little bit better, 40-15. That was a nice rally there. Got Zverev running from side to side. Nick, you seem like a Federer fan just from your way of viewing tennis. What makes you favorite Nadal? I don't know. That's a great question. I'm not a Federer fan at all. Out of the big three, I prefer Federer the least. I like Federer. I have some of his clothes. I have RF hats and all that. And there's a beautiful hold from Cobolli, 1-all. There was something about Rafa. I never liked Spanish players, but when he came on tour, something about him just right away, like 2004 when I saw him for the first time, and then 2005. Right away, I became like, something about this guy. I like everything about him. He looked like a Rambo on the court, you know. He's the sweetest guy ever. Super sweet guy from a nice family. Like, just everything was like perfect. I'm like, I like this guy. I'm gonna support this guy. And then his tennis was unreal, you know, and not something that like it's completely opposite of how I play tennis. Like, really nothing. There was no connection really with anything, but something about him I just liked, and I became very, very attached to his tennis, to the point where I can't even get through the documentary. I'll be honest. It's very emotional. But this is not the time and the place to talk about Rafa. Let's focus back on this match. It's a humongous forehand from Zverev, and another one, 2 forehands back to back, hit freely. And that's what I was talking about in the beginning. See, he didn't hit forehand like this in the first game. He didn't hit the forehand like this against De Jong, Hodar, or Manchik in the first set, but he's hitting it now like this, ripping it. And the fact that Cobolli let that first game go on a serve, that turned out to be a huge factor. But in this set, you know, it's good that he held that second game. He needs to keep up and just fight really hard and try to get the energy of this match up. He needs to make an impact big time. And not like that. It's a low percentage shot there from Cobolli. The second ball in the rally, he goes down the line with his backhand, misses it, 40-love. The scoreboard is wrong. Hold on, I'll fix it. That's a nice hold from Zverev there. Great serve, great forehand. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, incredible hold from Zverev there. Big serving, big forehands. He's going to look to make an impact now in the Cobolli service game. And again, Cobolli, it's going to take so much effort to turn this thing around. It's going to take like the skills of like, you know, like a Djokovic type skills, Nadal type skills to turn this around, to have that will to win that goes so deep, to turn something like this into good tennis. It's like, so, you know, I want to try to put into words how difficult it is because it goes both ways, right? Like Zverev is playing well now. He's got all the momentum. He's playing well. He's got the confidence. You were like the opposite from that. So to have the strength to turn this around, it's something that's so hard to do. Just picture yourself on the tennis court when things are not going your way. Like it's not easy to turn things around, you know? So I don't know if Cobolli can do it. But he needs to make an attempt, an effort, to something also to give Zverev the signal that, you know, this is far from over. Like that was a good start right there. Huge serve down the tee, 15 love. I would like to see him screaming, come oning, get the crowd involved, something. I'm usually not a fan of like these things, and something, he needs to do something to try to flip this. It's going to be very hard. That's a good play right there. See, if drop shot from this area here, there's no problem. Off a huge serve like that. Forehand cross-court drop shot, well disguised, 30 love. Hi, Nick. What do you think Sabalenka needs to do to win a Grand Slam on clay? She was so close, I mean, last year, you know. It's a big return from Zverev right there, 30-15. Cross-court return winner from Zverev. Rip in his forehand. Sabalenka was close. I think she explained it well in the post-match press conference. I don't think that she necessarily is that much worse on grass and on clay than she is on hard court. Certainly hard court is her best surface, but is her game that much worse on the other ones? Like, no, sure, her results are very good on clay. I think what she said was that she puts too much pressure on herself and is thinking about it too much, which is backfiring, you know? She's putting too much pressure on herself to win those tournaments, Roland Garros and Wimbledon, and it's backfiring in a big way. So she said that she needs to just relax, not think about it, and let it happen naturally, I guess. Fantastic hold from Cobolli right there. There you go, Cobolli. Yes, that's it. Get the crowd involved. Yes, that's it, buddy. Come on. Yes. That's exactly it. But the crowd still seems dead. They're not getting into this one. So now, let's see what he can do. Hard when Zverev is serving like this, though. Not going to be easy, but he's got to try now. So far, a good start from Cobolli in this second set. He's serving well. Cobolli throws up a moon ball, overhead Zverev. And a very difficult overhead. That ball seems very high. 15 love. Second serve, Zverev. Cobolli cannot return the ball in the middle of the court on the service line because Zverev is going to rip the forehand. Cobolli's got to find a way to, it's not necessarily go for the winner right away, but to penetrate through the court and have Zverev back up a little bit. He's going to have to return more aggressively. When he gets an opportunity, of course, you can't do that off a first serve from Zverev, but when he gets that kicker from Zverev, he's got to try. That serve right there, that's why he serves 80%. Like if you see where that serve bounced, it bounced right here. It was incredible. It was flat serve, and it bounced this like somewhere around here, like this, and then bounces way up. So that's not a kick serve. That's a flat serve. That's how Ivo Karlovic used to serve. And that angle is possible because of Zverev's height. That one similarly. You can see how Zverev's serve, how short it lands in the box. It's like here, somewhere here, and that's because he's 6'6". And he can get that. He's got a higher contact point, and he can get the serve shorter in the box while hitting it hard at the same time, and that's the biggest advantage. I'll never forget, like Serena was asked, who, in my opinion, has the greatest female serve in the history. She played a U.S. Open final against Pliskova one year, I think, or semifinal. I think it was a final. And Pliskova has one of the best serves of all time. And in the post-match presser, they asked Serena, like, what's different about your serve and the Pliskova serve, since they were like 1 and 2 in the world based on serve stats at that particular time. And Serena said, my serve goes deeper and Pliskova's serve goes shorter. That's it. And so obviously that's an advantage when you're taller. Like Ivo Karlovic, for example, Ivo Karlovic could hit wide aces here, flat, and like hit hard, flat, and short, out wide, like here, and then like here. And then the ball would go like this. It was literally unreturnable. I don't care who you are as a returner, you're not returning that. And so Zverev, obviously not as tall as Karlovic, but there are some similarities there. And I think on top of like his good placement on the serve, high percentage placements, also the fact that he's a little bit taller, it helps him to get a higher first serve percentage as well. And that's his number one weapon, the serve. Like I said earlier, it's not going to show up in a lot of like record books at the end of the day, like when he's all done with his career, because his average aces per match is low, which is related to his serve percentage. I feel like he could serve more aces if he wanted to, but that will put that would drag down his serve percentage. So it's something that's quite amazing from Zverev, his serve. I mean, we've gotten all used to it. We see him play so much, but it needs to be pointed out how good it is. Was that in? Looks like it was in. Ace from Cobolli, 30-15. Serving way better, Cobolli. Getting some free points off that serve, which is coming in very handy. And there's 30 love. Cobolli serve clicking in this set. And Zverev giving him that backhand error right there. Trying to get that sharp angle. Cobolli is one of the players that has a kick toss on his flat serve. So when he's serving to the deuce side, you're going to see him lose his balance a little bit once he lands. There are some other players that have that same, kick serve characteristic on a flat serve. And it's not like it's not the end of the world. I mean, you can still serve well with it, but it's suboptimal, of course. It's not. You have to bend your body in a somewhat uncomfortable way to make a flat serve from a kick serve location. 40-15. Overhits. Cobolli overhits the forehand slightly. Long. For sure, he's playing better in the second set. Goes wide with this serve, misses it. Second serve. Best backhand of the match so far from Zverev. An absolute laser beam down the line. I'm not going to call it frozen rope because it still was a tad diagonal, but an incredible 91-mile-an-hour backhand winner from Zverev. And he was ripping his backhands even in the first game. Like, the backhand is so dependable. It's so good from Zverev. One of the best backhands on the ATP Tour. I would even go as far as saying one of the best backhands of all time. It's probably top 5 all time. But Cobolli playing a lot better. Gets a hold, 3-all. Way better set from Cobolli here. Serving better. Keeping the second set even. Very important. It's going to take, I think it's going to take like a hiccup from Zverev on his service games for Cobolli to get into this one. And whether that can happen, that's, of course it can happen, but it's unlikely right now. Zverev serve's been very consistent this whole tournament. And there's a scream from Cobolli. Listen, I'm not the type of guy that would ever encourage poor behavior on the court, screaming. I think for a lot of players, this is very negative. You can drag your game down even further. But Zverev won 13 straight points on his serve. And after Cobolli missed that return on the first point, he started screaming. Maybe he needed that. He let the frustration out. Maybe that scream can help him a little bit. You can look at this from a couple different ways. Like I said, most players, when they start screaming and start throwing rackets and start misbehaving, it drags their game down even further. But sometimes you just let it out of your system, like Djokovic style, and refocus on the next point and start playing better. Definitely can be a thing, for sure, for some players. Probably a minority of them, but still. I felt like Cobolli needed that scream in this game. He needs to let something out, do something to flip this thing around. So with the missed forehand swing volley, which was off a low ball, thinks maybe it could have gone long on that one. Zverev was looking behind him to check where he was standing. 30-15. And there it is. There it is. Down the line backhand pass from Cobolli. 30-all. All right. If you can get this next point, 30-40, all of a sudden, people are going to start feeling it in the crowd. They're going to be like, okay, maybe we'll get a match here. Either game point Zverev or break point Cobolli. And there's a backhand error from Zverev off a very good return from Cobolli, and it's 30-40. Let's see what Zverev comes up with on break point. Exceptional rally from Zverev there. And a very free looking forehand. Very aggressive. Cobolli was adding shape to his backhands. He kept going cross court, shaping the ball, shaping it high, looking for the error from Zverev. Maybe Cobolli could have played a tad more aggressive in this rally. But, credit to Zverev. Rock solid, and again, playing aggressive with his forehand. Saves break point, 40 all. Add in. That's clutch right there from Zverev. Big serving. At the end of your video, you say hit like on this video, hit hype on this video. What does that mean? When you go on YouTube, I don't know if that's just a thing on mobile. I don't know where you watch the videos, but there's a hype button. You can click it. It doesn't cost anything. You just click hype. I don't know if it's everywhere, but for sure on mobile, it's underneath the video. It says hype. I think it's a fairly new thing that YouTube is doing. And, interacting with the video can help train the algorithm and suggest more videos of intuitive tennis to show up in your suggestions. So it can certainly help. Back to deuce. I'm getting some messages from some people. It's a clutch serve right there from Zverev. Ace out wide. That's a very nice angle there. Take a look at that. That's very difficult to return. I don't see the hype option anymore. Do you think YouTube discontinued it? Yeah, you can't hype live streams. Live streams are not hypeable, guys. You can't hype this. Even though I know you would love to, but what a little drop shot from Cobolli. Cross-court drop shot. That's Cobolli's best shot that he's hit all match. That thing was incredible. Beautiful angle. And we're back to deuce for the third time this game. Big serve from Zverev, didn't miss by much. Second serve. Reba says on mobile, click like, then you see hype. Oh, is that true? Once you hit like, then it gives you the option to hype. Interesting. That's an incredible backhand from Zverev. Lob from Cobolli, overhead Zverev. Cobolli still in the rally, loops a forehand. Backhand cross court. Zverev ripping the forehand. Backhand drop shot from Zverev. What a rally from Zverev right there. Playing well. For God's sake, where I can watch this game live? TNT. TNT. Turn your TV on and find TNT. You'll watch it live. Very good rally from Zverev. Add-in. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Very short return from Cobolli. Maybe so short that it threw Zverev off. He misses a very easy backhand. Wide, back to deuce. You know what they say about the 7th game of a set, guys? Have you ever heard of that? Which I think is a myth, by the way. I don't believe in it. But in this set, certainly the 7th game, I think this is the most important game in this set. Double fault, Zverev. Another break point for Cobolli. Second break point for Cobolli. There's a break for Cobolli. Now, I don't want to toot my own horn too much here, but the fact that he screened at himself after missing that first return, which at that point meant that he had lost 13 straight points on the Zverev serve. Again, I think it helped him just to get get out of himself whatever he was holding back. It was negative, but I think in this instance you could make the argument that screaming after that point helped Cobolli. He has woken up for sure, and he's up a break 4-3. He can win this set. I'm surprised that the level dropped from Zverev, I will say. I did not expect this to take place in the middle of this set, but he gave Cobolli a chance here. He gave him some unforced errors, gave him that double fault on deuce, gave him that easy backhand miss from the half court on game point. He gave him this game, gave him opportunities, let's just say. I'm not going to say he completely gave the game away, but he certainly, it didn't require anything exceptional from Cobolli, just putting balls in play, and Zverev self-destructed in this one, surprisingly so. Let's see if Cobolli can back up this break, get this set. I'm very surprised. I thought that we were going to see a rise in level from Zverev and not a drop. And certainly if Cobolli can take this set, I don't know what can happen. I really don't know. It could be, if Zverev shows signs like this of tightness or whatever else it may be, we could be in for a very long match right here. And a nervy one. Very surprising, guys. Second serve, Cobolli. And Zverev misses a backhand long, uncharacteristic mistake. The drop in level from Zverev is just a result of the pressure in the service game, Nick. Certainly, you could make that argument, yeah, when this game gets tight, you know, you can create, you know, a little bit of tightness in your strokes, like a double fault maybe. But it's still a drop in level because the best players find their best tennis under pressure. They don't lose their game under pressure. They find their best tennis under pressure. Cobolli goes for the down the line forehand off an angle shot from Zverev. Misses it wide, 15-all. Look, It's a hiccup. He can turn the tables right away. Djokovic style, get the rebreak. Second serve, Cobolli. Best forehand that I've seen from Cobolli, maybe all match. Gets one of these loopers from Zverev, and he just absolutely demolishes the forehand inside out. That's like that's what Cobolli's biggest strength is dominating with the forehand like that. Look at that technique. That's perfect technique right there. 97-mile-an-hour forehand winner. Inside out, 30-15. Beautiful drop shot from Cobolli. Backhand passing shot, cross court, 40-15. Wow, this match just flipped. Yapaman says, I think the drop in level came from everything going too easy so far. That's another way to look at it. Yeah, sure. Like that somebody else said, E. Montero said it was from the pressure. That's an explanation. Could be sometimes everything goes so easy, you take your foot off the gas a little bit. You know, you maybe relax. Somebody said something really smart. Cobolli relaxed and Zverev relaxed. Like maybe Zverev took the foot off the gas. It's hard to explain what happened, but we all saw a drop in level. We know that. How we got there, who knows? I don't know. And again, he's missed quite a few of those forehands. I think he should stop hitting them, Cobolli. It's like when he's all outside the singles line, when he's over here and he goes here, I don't think he's made a single forehand. Everything's going like here, wide. He's not made a single one. I think he should try to go here or go here, like mix it up a little bit. That shot he's forcing a little too much. I'm gonna have to get another one. This one's empty. Take a break and get another one. That's a monster serve from Cobolli, 200 kilometers an hour, out wide, comes in and puts the overhead away, 5-3. Zverev arguing with the box. Or with is he talking about, who's he talking to? He's talking to his dad and Misha? Surprised that Cobolli missed that forehand. That was not that great of an approach shot from Zverev. Cobolli was right there to rip that thing. I think he might have caught it off center. I cannot believe this match flipped, guys. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it, but I think it's good for just a game of tennis in general. I think if we had another blowout match like we had yesterday with Andreeva and Hwalinska, if this was like 6-1, 6-3, 6-2 for Zverev, I think it would have been a bummer. This is for sure going to be more entertaining to watch. But if you're a Zverev fan, you're not too happy about what's happening right now. That's a nice forehand from Cobolli inside out. Zverev with the one-handed backhand shot that goes long, 15-all. Amslin makes a good point. Maybe Cobolli being so well rested will help him now. Well, if we're going super deep, go like 4 hours, 5 hours, that could be a factor for sure. I don't know if, be honest, I think Zverev is so top fit. Not sure if he's feeling those matches. I don't think so. But you could make that argument. If we go deep, you could make that argument. There's a forehand error from Zverev. 15-30. Aubrey says, Flavio is hitting more freely now. Seems so much more relaxed. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. The forehand was so short in the first set. And even the backhand. And he's starting to open everything up. It was after that scream. I'm telling you guys, it was that scream. At 3-all. 3-all, 15-love for Zverev. Cobolli's scream. After that, started playing better. A lot better. But actually, you know what? To be fair, his serve helped him tremendously early in the second set. The fact that he was holding those games to make it 3-all helped him. He started to find his serve, actually. I think that was the most important thing for Cobolli, getting those holds, because he was playing very poorly in the first set, and that could have easily continued in the second. He wasn't returning well all the way up to that 3-all game, but it was the serve that kept him in the second set. So Connolly is a loser. Who's Connolly? Overhead put away from Zverev, 40-30. I'll tell you one thing. Actually, I'm not going to tell you that one thing. Let's keep that for later. That's the best return Cobolli has hit all match long. Zverev serve up the tee. And Cobolli with inside-in return. That thing was struck cleanly. Look at that. Nice. I feel like Zverev not moving well right now. I don't know, I'm detecting lower intensity. You guys see that too? The way he hit that overhead, his footwork, and even there on that point, it looks a little bit more sluggish now, Zverev. Didn't look sluggish there. Never mind that. Nice forehand approach shot, put away backhand volley, add in. It's coming to the net more, though. All of a sudden, Zverev. A lot of net attacks. I'm not perceiving these net attacks that positively right now, to be really honest with you. Hits like a little slice, inside-out slice comes in. Cobolli rolls the forehand down the line. Zverev misses a backhand volley. 40-all. Ace down the tee, add in. Everybody's saying Zverev is, I mean, that's going to be the thing that people are going to write. They're already writing it now. Zverev is choking, Zverev is choking, Zverev is tightening up. If he loses this match, he'll never get rid of the choker label. Never. If he doesn't take this title. Add in. That's a wonderful return there from Cobolli with his backhand down the line. And he was off the court, right? So that's always interesting to me, the geometry of the court. So when you're here, returning from here, this is not really down the line, right? It's still a diagonal line. So I tell people, like, when you're there, especially when you're outside the doubles alley, it's not so bad to go down the line, actually, because you're still hitting diagonally. Wow. Wow. Oh no, Cobolli! He played an excellent point there. Beautiful backhand down the line. He had a drop shot that would have been a winner 100%. Zverev didn't even attempt to run this down. It was the perfect shot selection there. He just didn't hit it quite well, the drop shot. Didn't put enough air on the drop shot. Hits it into the net. Add in, but still a phenomenal point from Cobolli. Big serve from Zverev. And he goes inside in with the forehand. Back to deuce. You know, in that 3-all game, this is where the error started for Zverev. You guys remember that backhand that he missed on game point? It was similar to the forehand that he just missed right now. Yeah. He certainly is giving some very, very unfortunate unforced errors to Cobolli. Very surprising unforced errors, I'll be honest. I did not expect this to show up in the middle of the second set, and even here, like already down a break, I would have thought Zverev can get an easy hold, but he hits a squash shot, drop shot. That's not how you want to win points. My coach, college coach Mel Purcell used to say, actually it was well, circumstance doesn't matter, but there was one specific circumstance that I'll never forget what he told me. Like, I was playing this one match and I hit this incredible shot on break point, like a one-handed backhand passing shot on the run, something like that. And he's like, I thought he was going to pump me up and give me my props on the bench. And he goes like, well, you don't want to be doing that to win the match, you know? And he's like, yeah, you got a point. You got a point, because I can't pull that off again, probably ever again. So in Zverev's case, that squash shot, drop shot, you know, that's not how he's going to win matches. But plays a nice point on game point, puts the volley away, and we're at 5-4. Cobolli serving for the set. Which college did I play? I played for Murray State University under Coach Mel Purcell. For sure, this set more entertaining than the first set. That's for sure. Intuitive tennis. Okay, listen. True tennis vibe. Let's not, anybody that insults players like that, we're going to get a timeout, and a humongous timeout. Probably like 30-minute timeout. Have respect for the players, please. These players are not losers. These players are the best of the best playing in a Grand Slam final. Let's keep it respectful, okay? For sure, like we said, you know, that 3-all game, crucial. That's where Zverev also showed signs of maybe, you know, he showed Cobolli, okay, you know, I'm not playing that well, which maybe gave Cobolli a little bit of belief. Also that scream after the first point. So Cobolli definitely raised his game. Second part of the second set, he's playing well. Let's see if he can serve it out. The big return from Zverev right there off a wide serve from Cobolli. Very deep return. $15 love. Hi Nick, big fan of your channel. Thank you. Are you considering a video on Netflix Rafa documentary? Yeah, once I get through it, I'll probably do a video on it. Yeah, I will. That's a nice forehand from Cobolli right there, inside out. And Zverev with the slice. I don't know. I'm telling you, some of you guys don't agree with me, but I feel like Zverev not moving as well as he was in the beginning. Just something about his movement just looks a little bit off. Just looks a tad sluggish since that 3-all game. Or maybe like it's like just the intensity is like just a little bit off. It's an ace from Cobolli right there out wide. 30-15. Julius Max says, maybe Cobolli was rusty at start, having played no semifinal, but now with the rest, it's an advantage. Yeah, it could be. It could be many different things. That certainly could be one of them. It's a phenomenal backhand from Cobolli down the line. 40-15. Where do you teach from? I teach from right here. Right from where I'm sitting. Serve and volley, Cobolli, and Zverev misses the open court backhand. Pass into the net. Cobolli wins the second set 6-4. Who would have thought this was possible? Wow. Well, listen, guys, we got a match on our hands. We're 1 hour and 31 minutes in. And this, I'm very surprised with the second set. Very surprised. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what to make of it. Don't really know what caused this. But certainly everything shifted in that 3-all game. Like they say, the 7th game of a set. They always used to say that back when I was growing up in Germany, like that's where sets are decided in the 7th game. I disagree, but certainly in this set, it was the 7th game that changed everything. It completely flipped this match upside down. So, guys, I'm going to take a little break. We'll be back in a couple minutes, okay? Whoops. The Cobolli drop shot on absolute fire right now. The forehand dropper, absolutely perfect down the line. It's a big serve from Zverev right there. I mean, Zverev did lose a set to Menchik, and then immediately in the fourth, he lost the third set. Then immediately in the fourth, he started playing better. So, you know, now that he's lost this set, maybe the tension has dissipated and he'll start playing well again like he did in the first set. Certainly starts right here with a serve. He was serving really well. And then, like I said, that 3-all game. And he barely got out of that other game, too, the 5-3 game. Barely got out of that one, too. Could have gotten broken there, too. But serving well in this first game of the third. Some big serves. Anna, good to see you in here. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Are you sad because of Holinska? Do you have any insights from Holinska in Poland? What's going on? I saw that she went from 20K on Instagram to 440K. She's become a superstar overnight. That's a strong hold from Zverev right there. Strong hold. Very important hold right there. That's a statement. Like I said, you know, it could be that now that he's lost the second set, that whatever he was feeling there has dissipated and he'll play well again like he did in the first. We shall see. Oh, the show. Okay, I got it. So Cobolli only one quarterfinal to the Slam, which was Wimbledon last year. You guys remember that match against Djokovic? Played well in Wimbledon last year, Cobolli. Really well. We'll go through the stats, serve percentages in a second. I'll use my app, even though it's not 100% accurate, but we'll go through it. Beautiful dropper again from Cobolli. He's really using the drop shot well. It's working well. Okay, so set one Zverev was 76%. Set two was 78%, according to my app. There's that kicker out wide from Cobolli, but Zverev with an incredible return from like over here. He was over here returning, like way from the corner. He ripped it. Incredible. Look at that kick serve. Look at the trajectory. Look where Zverev is standing. He just rips it. The amount of athleticism required to hit a return that hard from that position is incredible. And a lot of compliments for that backhand return, and then he does a forehand shank into the net. 30-15. Uncharacteristic backhand miss from Zverev and the come on from Cobolli. 40-15. Yeah, forever 25. You don't see backhand. You don't see Zverev miss too many of those type of backhands, right? Second serve. One sec, guys. Nick, after the second set, how do you see this match? Wide open. I see it wide open now that Zverev has shown this vulnerability. I see it wide open. I think it can go either way. I expected a straight set victory from Zverev. Was surprised with the level drop. But like I said, Zverev could turn it on like he did against Menchik after losing. Of course, different scenario there. He was up 2-0 when he lost the set. Completely different. He was in control of the match, so you can't really compare. But I can see Zverev finding his form again. Like like I said, he's a great champion, and can certainly come through these ups and downs in matches, and has done it hundreds of times in his career. So he can turn it on again. But fact is that Cobolli now has belief. He has belief. He's playing way better than he did in the first set. The positive news for Zverev is that he's serving better in this third set. Got a very, very good hold in this first game and appears to, or is about to hold to love again, 40 love. Who do I think is playing better at the moment? I think it's pretty even at the moment. It's pretty even in this third set. After 3-all in the second set, Cobolli was the better man. Zverev was not playing well. He was playing tentatively. But now in the third, Zverev serving well. I think it's pretty even so far. I'll let you guys know. I'll point out something if I see something, like something that where I can see like a momentum shift or something like that. There was a humongous second serve from Zverev. You can afford to do that up 40 love. He goes for the ace. Down the tee, misses it long, 40-15. T's quoted, not related to the final, but I need to ask you before buying, what do you think of the Head Speed MP 2022 from memory with control strings? Check my video out. I tested it. Not the 22 model, but I tested the 24 model, or whatever that was. Whatever model it was in 24, I did a test, a play test in 24 head speed. I tested 3 different speeds in that video, or 4. It's a pretty comprehensive play test. Take a look. Personally, I didn't like it. I mean, it's obvious a great racket is going to suit a lot of players. It's for sure a power racket, but for something about it didn't suit me. Strong hold from Zverev, 2-1. Okay. Yeah. Why is Zverev standing so far back on Cobolli's second serve? Look, I think that's Zverev's comfort zone. He likes standing a little bit further back and taking those big cuts on his ground strokes. I think that also applies to return to serve. Like he doesn't need to be, that shouldn't be associated with defensive play because, like I said, Zverev was here, like return the backhand so hard down the line. Like he's able to return very hard from these defensive positions. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. Hold on, what racket do you think Andreeva was using, by the way? I put a story on my Instagram. Check my Instagram, my stories. It's a Steam BLX. She's not playing with the blade. And I put a picture of the racket, and you can look at the throat, and it's clearly not a blade. It's a Steam. The only women's player that uses a blade is Sabalenka. Every other player you see playing with the blade, it's actually a Steam. And here's love 30 for Zverev. Forehand miss for Cobolli. A very easy forehand miss there of a loopy shot from Zverev. The big opportunity. That's a nice point from Cobolli right there. Big T serve and then a crazy angled forehand. Puts Zverev way off the court. Oh, Cobolli got to be kicking himself for that forehand. Yeah, he deserves to lose that point because he hit a forehand right into the Zverev racket from the backhand side. He completely made a mess out of that forehand. Had a look at a winner there and basically put Zverev into this rally from a defensive position into an offensive one. And now it's double break point, 15-40. Second serve. And Zverev with, I don't know if he mishit that forehand, but it looked tentative, that forehand return. He dumps it into the net. Looking up at his box, 30-40. One break point left. Cobolli with the serve and volley off a flat serve. I think he's fortunate that the ball clipped the net, although you could make the argument that you make Zverev hit a return after that previous return that he hit. So, I don't know. It's one of those things. Maybe it's a good tactic. I don't know. He goes again, serve and volley, comes in and puts it away. Cobolli knows better. It makes sense, because Zverev appears to be tight. That forehand return on 15-40 was very poor. So he serves and volleys, makes him hit a return as an easy volley into the open court. Nick, is there a way to buy old rackets from 5-10 years ago? Yeah, of course. eBay or other places online. You got to look. You know, one thing that I've heard what people do sometimes is go to garage sales, and you can find incredible rackets in garage sales. Another poor forehand return from Zverev, add in. And that's a better forehand from a similar situation there from Cobolli. Not as close to the net as he was on that 15-30 point. There he hits the forehand the right way, inside in, hard. And it's a winner. But I'm going to mark this game down as an important one for later. Refer to it later. Guys, remember this game. 2-1, Zverev, 1540. Let's remember that return that he hit. That 1540. Let's remember that one. That could be an important thing to remember for later. That's a big serve from Zverev. And a nice backhand approach shot. 15 love. Zverev choking. Nick, sorry. Why are you sorry? Why are you sorry? You can write that. That's certainly something that's okay. If someone gets tight, that's part of tennis, you know what I mean? Manuel thinks if it goes 5, he's for Cobolli. Like I said earlier, you can make arguments for that, you know? That's where that 4 days off is irrelevant, you know? It's probably irrelevant after the first set. Kind of play yourself into the match. Zverev misses an easy backhand there and then wants the mark checked. But if it goes 5, then you might, and it's long, confirmed by the umpire, 15-all. If it goes 5, then that 4-day break might be an advantage. That's not a backhand that Zverev normally misses there. Didn't miss it by much, 15-all. Hey, Franz, I remember you from my regular videos. Good to see you in here. You're Italian, right? Drop shot from Zverev. Cobolli's going to get to it. Counter drop shot, cross court. Wrong choice from Cobolli. Zverev runs it down, puts an easy forehand away. Look, I think Zverev read that a little too. Cobolli should have redirected it deep. Nick, you definitely come across as a Zverev fan in these videos, but I know you're neutral. Trust me, believe me. I just tell you this, like, I grew up in Germany, and I don't know, there's not a single person I know in Germany that it's tennis-related friend, and I have a lot of tennis-related friends in Germany. That's where I grew up playing tennis. Don't know a single one of my buddies that's a Zverev fan. I'll just tell you that. That's all I will say. Not a single one. Quite the contrary, let me tell you. But listen, what I do with Zverev is tell you how it is, the facts. I think people sometimes can't separate their dislike for Zverev for other reasons unrelated to tennis, and they insult his tennis. I don't do that. I call it how it is when it comes to Zverev's tennis. And I will never ever discuss anything off the court. Or my personal opinions of certain players. They'll never cross that line. And I'll just keep it strictly to tennis, and I respect his tennis tremendously. And I call it like it is. You know, he's a great champion. And deserves nothing but respect for his tennis. And, you know, listen, there's so many people that call him. I've dedicated like probably 2 videos for sure about Zverev. Did one after he lost to Djokovic last year, because he was criticized by like everyone, even including announcers and stuff. And I did a big breakdown on Zverev's level. And I did one after he lost to Sinner at the Australian Open final. And I did one after he lost to Darderi in Rome. That one's very recent. It's the thumbnail is choker label ? Or something like that. And listen, I just listed, I've tried to find all the matches where he choked, and it's like, I think it's unfair. Yeah, certainly that team match, you could call that a choke, but what else? And don't other players choke too? You want to call Federer a choker? Or, I mean, he like had the racket on his hands against Djokovic several times. You would never do that. So I think people are just hyper obsessed on that one match. So what I do in my comment sections when people say, Zverev is such a choker, he's such a choker, I'm like, okay, name the matches where he choked. And you can't name other than the US Open final against Thiem. And I never get a response because it's nothing out of the ordinary. But, you know, I call it like it is. Zverev is definitely passive sometimes with his forehand, no doubt about it. Even here in this tournament, he was passive. And I think that against the best of the best, that's why he can't beat him. Like he's just nowhere near Sinner's level. I think he does a little bit better against Alcaraz. And even against the big 3, you know, especially Djokovic in big matches like this where they find their absolute best, he's not quite at their level. So I just call it like it is, you know what I mean, in regards to Zverev. I think if he comes through this, he'll shake off the, well, he probably won't, but I think it will be hard for the Zverev haters to stomach him winning this tournament. I'll just say it like that. That's a nice backhand from Zverev off a forehand approach shot from Cobolli. 15-all. John, I already talked about Zverev versus Medvedev. I rate Medvedev higher than Zverev in level. I've explained it earlier why. That's a monster forehand from Cobolli right there, 30-15. But he set it up with a huge serve down the tee. Bob, AO semifinal against Carlos? Yes, you can add that on the list for Zverev. That's definitely one that he should have won. I'm not going to get into it now. I mean, I did a whole breakdown of it. But yeah, that's another one you can add on the list of a match that Zverev definitely should have won, where he was tentative, for sure. Maybe not in the 5th set, but for sure in that 4th set. But we don't have to get into it now. Now, when I did that video, there's like a handful of matches that he should have... I don't know if I listed them, but I actually did a little bit of research, and I found like a handful of them where he definitely should have won. But that's like for example, Nadal and Indian Wells, and there's a few other ones, but you can really do that to any player on tour. Even Djokovic, you can find matches where he should have won, you know? And again, like I said, you know, we talked about this before. This forehand here from Cobolli, when he's here, he keeps going here, and he hasn't made a single one, and he keeps going there. Think he should go middle or hard through the middle or cross court, or maybe take something off, because he absolutely pulverizes the ball when he's there, and he has not made a single one. 40-30. But he made that one in a half court, 3-all. This match is very tight now. At a Dardari match, of course, but that's like, of course. The Dardari match was not good from Zverev, not good at all. That's when I made that video, was after that match. Certainly that he gave that away, that match. Second serve from Zverev, Cobolli with the looper return. Down the line backhand from Zverev. Backhand swing volley winner, 15-love. Cobolli, I know, like I said in the beginning, it's hard for him to run around the Zverev backhand. But his backhand, it feels like, I feel like he's letting it sit up a little too much. There's too much spin on it. He needs to try to straighten it out if he can. Cobolli. Is Dominic Thiem in the crowd in this match? Are you guys serious? Are you kidding me? Is Dominic Thiem really in the crowd? That is weird. That's weird. $30-love. Big serve from Zverev there. He's coming to the net quite a bit in this set. But definitely, right from the first game in this third set, the serve has been working for Zverev. Serving well. Reminiscent of the beginning of the second and also, of course, the first set. So he stabilized his serve after those two poor service games that started at 3-all in the second set. Why is it weird that Dominic Thiem is there? Well, just because of that match they played. It's such a heavily discussed match prior to this match. If you go on the online forums or comment sections, it's just kind of funny to me that he's there. But of course, I don't know if they're friends, and of course Dominic Thiem, he's a legend of the game. Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta get another one of these things here. This one doesn't work. I'll be right back. Second serve Cobolli, big return there from Zverev. Huge forehand cross court. Starting this point well here. Zverev playing aggressive. And draws the error from Cobolli. Love 15. You know, Zverev, I think he's going to step it up right here. He's going to try to do something. Yeah, this one's empty too. Sheesh. I feel like Zverev had the look there on the forehand passing shot. That backhand approach shot wasn't that great from Cobolli. Somewhat tentative pass from Zverev there. Great volley though from Cobolli for sure. He's got good feel on that forehand volley. He hits it very close to his body, but he has great hands on that forehand volley. Doesn't miss it very often. The approach shot from Cobolli's jammed Zverev. I think it was a little bit of a miss hit there. He probably meant to hit it more, towards the singles line. Ended up hitting it more central. And Zverev got jammed on that one. Misses it wide, 30-15. Where the cat's at? Well, Simone is sleeping right next to me here, but it's off cam. Simone is off cam. Cobolli had the look there. He couldn't hit that ball clean. Hit the cross-court drop shot. And just a slight miss hit on that open court backhand that he hit. Hit off the frame. Turns into a very easy put-away shot for Zverev. $30 all. Where's your coffee, Nick? It's right here. Right here, Anna. It's right here. Oh, I forgot to see what you wrote about Valenska. I asked you about Valenska and I didn't even see it, what you wrote, because I lost track of the chat. Yeah, Cobolli is a great volleyer. He's very clean up there. He's got good hands at the net. That was a good approach shot, cross court, closes in perfectly on that backhand volley, puts it away inside out, 40-30. Look at the technique on this volley. That's textbook volleying right there. You see how he transitions through by sliding through it? Very good. That's a monster forehand from Cobolli, 4-all. This set is so huge, guys. It's so huge. Okay, Poland is proud of Maya. That's good. That's good to see. Now you have 2 players in the top 30. Isn't that great? I saw a lot of the clips from Maya with Iga and juniors. I saw tons of clips. Even saw one from the United Cup or the Hoppen Cup where Maya was like icing Iga down on the changeovers. It's the story of the tournament, It's unfortunate we didn't get a more competitive final, but still, it's so nice to see Maya make it all the way to the final. It's going to be fun to continue to watch her at the biggest tournaments. Let's see if she can qualify for Wimbledon. I think she's going to be quite good on grass, but it's. You think like, okay, if she made the Roland Garros final, she's going to qualify no problem. I don't think so. It's still going to be tough to get through the qualies. That's how tough tennis is. But I think she certainly has the ability to do that. Monster serve from Zverev down the tee. 15-love. He's definitely stabilized the serve. Serving well in this 4th set. Yeah, true tennis vibe. That's a good point. If it wasn't that windy, you can make the argument that Maya would have played better, but Mira was just too good on that particular day. That's another ace from Zverev. This time out wide, 30 love. Yeah, Franz, I agree with you. Zverev serving way better. Way better. In this third set. That's a nice looking forehand. Inside in forehand from Zverev, and good body language now from Zverev. It also the energy is looking up from Zverev. And I think Polish names are among the most difficult to pronounce. It's so tough. Majchak is the worst. The way that's spelled, it's a nightmare, Anna. I don't know how to do. Polish is tough. That's a nice return there from Cobolli. This is second or third time he's hit a return like that. It's like reverse finish inside in off a tee serve from Zverev. Phenomenal return, 40-15. Drop shot from Cobolli down the line. And Zverev with an exceptional little cross-court angle shot. And Zverev moving well now. He's playing well. I feel like that the break and come right here for Zverev. And I feel that he would completely open up his game and dominate in the fourth. He's definitely playing way better, Zverev, right now. Serving better. Zverev's movement for a 6'6" person is extraordinary. Yeah, I agree with you. It's incredible. His movement is spectacular for someone his height. Was beyond the realm of possibilities back in the 90s that somebody that tall could move like that. It's incredible. Yeah. And it's a strong start from Cobolli there. He looks like he has plenty of energy though. He can go deep in this one. Oh, Ayala won that tournament? Okay. I saw she was in the semifinal. It's a WTA 125 on grass, right? Birmingham or something like that. That's a nice win for Ayala. She's really good on grass. She can be a factor on grass for sure. Last year she almost won a 250 on grass. She had like 4 match points against Maya Joint. That's great. $30 love. Level of tennis in the third set is high. Both players are playing well. But it's nice to see that we actually got a match here. Because as we talked about in the beginning, this could have been straight sets because Cobolli was not playing well in the first set. Oh, Cobolli misses that forehand down the line. Hits it long, not by much, 30-15. Big forehand from Zverev right there. At this point, it's an opportunity, and Cobolli misses into the net, 30 all. Cobolli needs a big serve right here. Nick, did you play any sports like soccer growing up? No, never soccer, but I did play basketball when I lived in Germany. Second serve from Cobolli. It's an opportunity right here for Zverev. Let's see if he's aggressive on the return. Second serve on the line. Zverev does the kind of a little bit higher return, but with some good depth, and Cobolli dumps the forehand into the net. 30-40 set point for Zverev. You could kind of feel this was going to happen on that 4-all game because Zverev looked really good, very, very energetic holding in that particular game at 4-all. Set points. Second serve. Let's see what Zverev does on the kick, because certainly a kick is coming. And Cobolli gifts this set to Zverev. I can't put it in any other words, guys. I cannot put it in any other words, but other than to say that Cobolli just gave this game away with 2 forehand errors. Zverev takes the third set. Excellent serving from Zverev in this one, though. He's turned his serve game around after 2 poor service games in the second set. Up 2-1. Guys, I'll be right back. We'll take a little break. Zverev serving first in the fourth. Let's see if he continues with the excellent serving that he displayed in the third set. And also the first set and a half. The serve he had just a couple of hiccups in that second set. He turned this around quite well. Unfortunate for Cobolli because it wasn't like Zverev put this unbelievable pressure on him in that game. It just a couple of forehand errors cost him the service game there. Zverev a set away from a Grand Slam title. 15-love. Yeah, guys, listen, the last year's final, I mean, that's one of the greatest matches of all time. It's tough to get that again, you know? I've been watching the Rafa documentary, and they just, I'm at the episode where they talk about the Australian Open final, the one that went 6 hours. You know, that's one of those type of matches, you know, how many times do you get a match like that? But it's crazy how many great matches they played against each other. Nadal, Federer, Nadal against Djokovic. It's amazing. Certainly what we want to see, but I think it's a little bit greedy to want that every single year. You know, it's going to be tough to recreate last year's final. Double fault from Zverev, 15-all. Ismail, are you spoiling the points? Because I didn't see any serve and volley. I'm behind over here. $15.30. What are you talking about serve and volley? Where am I at? Am I behind or something? Zverev better be careful here. Things can turn quickly. 15-30. First serve long, second serve. Cobolli is so fast, he overran that forehand. He got there too quick. And still managed to hit the winner. Another double fault from Zverev, 15-40. Scoreboard problem? Okay, hold on. One sec. Okay, scoreboard is back, guys. We're back in business on the scoreboard, 15-40. Double break point. Oh, okay, Ismail, I got you on the first point. Okay, I got you. It was a missed return. Yeah, Zverev has been coming to the net a lot. And a great game from Flavio there, with a little bit of assistance from Zverev with a couple of double faults. But a good point there, just keeps the ball in play. So one deep backhand, and Zverev is backing up a little bit, goes inside out, misses it wide. Break for Cobolli, 1-0. Alcaraz Zverev 2024, I remember that match. Okay, scoreboard shows wrong server. We'll take care of that. Hold on a second. We'll take care of that. SMV from Cobolli there with a monster serve. Cobolli is a great volleyer. A great movement up there. Those good hands. And even there, another point, one at the net from Cobolli, 30 love. All right. Second serve, Cobolli. Squash shot, Cobolli. And rips again down the line with that forehand from way behind the baseline. 30-15. We may end up in another epic match. Yeah, could be. If you go 5, it could be very, very entertaining and nerve-wracking if you're a fan of either one of these. Yeah, mid-court crisis. Look, for sure, Zverev has had ups and downs mentally in this match so far. Definitely. Those 2 double faults are inexcusable in that first game of the 4th. After having served so well in the 3rd set. Cobolli's on fire right now from the back of the court. Some of the best backhands that I've seen him hit in this match. Initially, the backhand was kind of loopy, you know. He was like just going like this cross court with some loop, and now he's like straightening it out. And he's also straightening it out down the line. He's definitely hitting it more aggressively. I think he needs to do that with his backhand. Because those looper backhands, Zverev has hit some really aggressive forehands off that shot if they're not directed cross-court enough. So as another beautiful volley from Cobolli. He's got some touch up there. Because such great hands. And I love that he uses a lot of these little slice volleys, little short volleys. Reminds me of Nadal. That's how Nadal used to volley. Very high percentage. He comes in, you know, at the right time. Doesn't force it. And we're going to take a look in a second at net points won from Cobolli. We're going to see what percentage he has at the net. Just give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Check this out. Cobolli, 17 out of 22 at the net. 17 of 22 at the net, Cobolli. Excellent percentage. Zverev's percentage is pretty good too. 28 of 37. Zverev has been coming in a lot this match. It's not a bad miss there from Cobolli. Goes inside in, misses it long. 15 love. If we go 5, I'm ordering a coffee, guys. 100%. If we go 5, I'm ordering coffee. I'll spend all my super chat money on the coffee. It's a big forehand from Zverev right there, 30 love. It's so weird with Zverev. Like the forehand is so hot and cold. It's similar to the Menchik match. It's like it's good and it's also poor at times, you know? Anna, you cutting me off a coffee? Don't worry, I'll quit it. I'll quit. I have not been ever since I started again, and my sleep has been terrible. Been sleeping so bad. Terrible sleep. It's a big ace there down the tee from Zverev, 2-1. It's just that inexplicable game, that first game of Zverev. Inexplicable. You know, just a drop in intensity, drop in energy level, just those couple of double faults. And you can make that same argument for Cobolli in his service game at 5-4 in the third set. Like it's, listen, I'm glad we have a match, but to say that this is a high-level match, it's not true. It's not a high-level final so far. I'm going to be brutally honest here. First set was poor from Cobolli, but then he raised his game. Second set, again, inexplicable level drop from Zverev at 3-all. Cobolli took advantage of it, and then Zverev played a good third set, served exceptionally well, but then, like I said, that couple of errors out of nowhere from Cobolli at 30-all. So it's been up and down for sure. What's your order from Starbucks? Well, my daughter, she always gets like, she gets these like, you know, I don't even know what they're called. She has to write them down for me. I can't even recite that. Like it's insane combination of things that go into I don't even know. I keep it simple, just black coffee. I drank chai for a while, trying to get away from caffeine, and then I'm right now trying to lose weight, trying to drop weight. Actually, this morning I got up early. I was on the court at like 6:30, and I was recording something for Intuitive Tennis Premium, and I hit against the ball machine. So I'm trying to get in shape. I'm trying to drop weight. So that's why I stopped drinking chai. But unfortunately, as I was hitting today, my calf still hurts, if you can believe it. So I can't play. It's just so, I keep re-injuring it, I think. With just like daily activities. It's like the most nightmarish injury ever. That's a nice point from Zverev there. $15-all. Maybe Zverev can get the break back. Put a lot of energy into this return game. Let's see. Big serve from Cobolli there. Forehand drop shot. He holds the finish. Alcaraz style. You know what I'm talking about? I should get a racket out here, actually. I should have a racket in this live stream. I'm going to get one in a second, but he holds, hits a drop and holds it afterwards. I love that. I think it's actually good to do, you know? Not going to get into reasonings why now, but it's good to hold on certain strokes. Like even on the volley, it's good to hold it. It can promote certain things at contact, actually, that can be beneficial. 30-15. And he misses a forehand, an easy one there. Cobolli, easy forehand miss. 30-all. These out of nowhere forehand errors from Flavio cost. I hope that's not going to be the deciding thing in this match for him. I want to see Zverev win this match and not being. I don't want to see Zverev being gifted the match. You know what I mean? Drop shot from Zverev, very poor, and a backhand winner from Cobolli down the line. But interesting that Zverev would even choose to hit a drop shot there at 30 all. Look at that. And he hit it with so much action. It looked almost like a squash shot. 40-30. Big serve down the tee from Cobolli and a hold, 3-1. Kathy Murdoch. I've been a vegan for 15 years. Can't do keto, even though I think there are vegan keto diets, believe it or not. But I followed the teachings of Dr. McDougall and Dr. Esselstyn. It's worked every time when I try to lose weight. I always gain weight when my mom comes here. She comes here in the winter. I always gain weight a lot. And combine that with the fact that I was hurt and not able to exercise and all that. So whatever I'm doing now is a guaranteed for weight loss. It's worked every single time. And it'll work again now. Just a clean McDougall style diet. It'll take care of business. And it's a very satisfying diet too. It suits me personally really well. 3-1 Cobolli, fourth set. Zverev up 2-1. Will this match go 5? That's a strong backhand from Cobolli there. Gonna jump into that one from way behind the baseline, but misses the drop shot. And the match so far 2 hours 38. Not that long for 4 sets, you know, because the first set, I don't even look, but probably took 20 minutes. So it's not the longest match. Don't think the physical element of it is going to be a factor in this one. Big forehand from Cobolli. And he didn't move on that one. Zverev gave him like a chip. So he didn't move his feet there. Feet got stuck. Misses the forehand, 30 love. Nick, why are you vegan? That's a good question. It's a long answer. I'll give you a short answer. Like, it started as like a health thing, health reasons. After watching a movie that Forks Over Knives. But then it turned into a whole lifestyle. I became really involved with it. And I even, at one point, wanted to become a registered dietitian. This is a long time ago. And but since then, it's not only health reasons. There's also ethical reasons for it as well. So I would say it's certainly something that I'll continue to do for the rest of my life. And like I said, it suits my personality really well. This type of diet, because we don't have to get into it now, but like, yeah, it just suits me. It's perfect for me. 30-15. That was on the line. We can see the line. Some big hitting from Zverev right there, 40-15. What do you eat for B12? I take a supplement for B12. Wow. Oh, wow. Man, he's hit some crazy returns today, Cobolli. This time, huge serve from Zverev, and Cobolli just down the line. Frozen rope. Incredible. Look at that return. Frozen rope. Big serve there from Zverev. 40-30. Hold on, guys. Let me get a racket real quick. All right, we're back. I have the racket just in case for demonstrative purposes. And it's the Aero 98. Does anyone in the chat miss Carlitos? Put a yes in the chat if you miss Carlitos. I just thought of him because of this racket. Carlitos will be back soon. This is a great racket, by the way. I love this racket so much. Not necessarily this model. The previous model is probably a little bit better. This one's kind of feels a little bit off, but still, like, it's just a great racket. And we'll have it here for demonstrative purposes if you need to demonstrate something, guys. Cobolli goes down the tee, misses by a little bit, second serve. Zverev up 2-1, Cobolli up a break in the fourth. Double fault, love 15. Mira Andreeva in the crowd. Roland Garros champion. Cobolli misses the forehand. Long rally there. Zverev rock solid in this one. Love 30. What racket do I play with? I play with the Babolat Pure Drive Plus. 2025 model. There's a huge opportunity right here from for Zverev. That was a good rally he just played. Love 40. That's a wild forehand error from Cobolli right there. Triple break point. Second serve Cobolli. Humongous opportunity right here for Zverev. Let's see, with love 40, let's see if he goes aggressive on this return. And, I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better opportunity on the forehand for Zverev, a loopy ball. And Zverev dumps it into the net, 15-40. Let's see if Cobolli sneaks in some serve and volley right here. Monster serve down the tee, 30-40. Simone is coming, guys. Right on break point. And 3 break points saved for Cobolli. Another wild forehand error from Zverev. That was a massive opportunity right there for Zverev. Not necessarily in that rally, but that lob 40 one. Here, Simone, look out the window, bud. There you go. Second serve. Not a fan of Cobolli's down the line forehand today. I'm really not. That shot has not been working at all. It hasn't been working off the you know, from here, but it also hasn't been working from here. Like he often like will spray it wide. It looks almost like he's jammed on it. Another break point, add out. Is Simone a Maine Coon? Yes, he's a Maine Coon. Yep. That's right. Simone, please stop now. Break point. Can you hold on? Hold on, okay? Hold on, buddy. And as Cobolli dumps it back into the net. What an unfortunate way to lose your serve, you know, just a very similar to that game at 5-4 in the third. It's just a couple of errors. Like I said, what I don't want to see in this match is like Zverev being gifted this match. I kind of want to see him earn it. And I want to see Flavio play his best, but it's just, he did a good job coming back from 40 love, no doubt about it. But there, just that forehand down the line error and then just 2 unforced errors. There's a huge break right there for Zverev. 3-all. Yeah, Joel, I agree with you 100%. These guys are giving breaks away. It's not a high quality match. Not at all. Not at all. It's not high quality at all. It's been pretty good at certain times from both. That's a nice point right there from Zverev. $15 love. You would think that Zverev has a lot of belief right now, you know? He gets a good hold here. He's 2 games away from it. That's a nice defense right there from Cobolli. That's not an easy shot that he hit. Didn't catch what he did at one-handed with a slice. I guess we'll see it here. Yeah, it's a slice. It's a beautiful down-the-line slice. Zverev had a look there and was a tough volley, but he caught the frame. 15-all. Nice backhand there from Cobolli, opening up the court, and Zverev misses the slice long, 15-30. Second serve, Zverev. Inside, in return winner from Cobolli of a serve and volley from Zverev. 15-40. And Simone is going to town on my draw. Go ahead, Simone. You can destroy it now, bud. It's fine. As long as it's not too much noise. Yeah, Jewish Mac, you're right. Zverev's got to go very deep right here inside of himself and hold his game. And not to give the break right back to Cobolli. Serve and volley again and misses the volley. I think, you know, it's... Yeah, let me give you the numbers, how many times Zverev has come in. And again, just like I said in that late in the second set, I'm not perceiving his net attacks as positive. I'll be honest. He's come in a tremendous amount. Let's see here. Hold on. I'll tell you the numbers. Zverev has come in... Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, here it is. Zverev has come in 40 times today. 40. That's a lot. 40. So the percentage is not that bad. He's doing quite well. 29 out of 40. But again, just my gut feeling, like I'm watching this match, my perception of it is negative. I feel like it's like maybe one thought I have is maybe he doesn't want to be in these rallies, you know? Out of tension, maybe. I don't know. It's one thing to come in to clean up there or just a aggressive tennis, but it's just maybe forcing it here and there a little bit too much. Back on serve in this fourth set, 4-3. Love. Can you believe that Cobolli now is like in control of this set? I mean, so many ups and downs in this match. It's crazy. This is a crazy match. 15 love. Cobolli up a break in the fourth. Zverev up 2-1. Drop shot Zverev. Drop shot Cobolli, and a nice down the line backhand from Zverev. Let's see if Cobolli can finally consolidate the break. 15 all. I thought Zverev broke back. He did, and then only to drop his serve again. 4-3 Cobolli up a break, but now it's 15-30. Kick serve Cobolli. And a backhand return error from Zverev, 30 all. Simone, what's up, buddy? And there's a loose ball error from Zverev at 30 all. Very surprised to see him miss a backhand on a big point like that. 40-30. What's the unforced errors count at? I can look it up in a second after this game. Simone, are you kidding me, man? Simone, this is like, what are you coming in through here for? You're going to click buttons. And an overhead miss from Cobolli. This match is turning crazy now. Not in a good way. Back to deuce. Pretty good lob, though. Becker suspects that Zverev is starting to be a little bit gassed. You think? 3 hours in? Could be. Could be. But I think this is all mental. Yeah, I think this is like a mental battle. It can turn into physical too, I guess. But Zverev is top fit. You know, the guy can. I mean, remember he outlasted Alcaraz in Australia in the heat. This guy can go on forever. This guy's top fit. It's all mental. It's a mental battle right here, for both guys. Second serve, Cobolli. And Zverev sprays the backhand wide. Add in. And my cat's name is Simone. You know, like Gilles Simon. Add in. This is a mental battle. As much as this is difficult for Cobolli, I think this is more difficult for Zverev right here. Shadow is creeping in. Cobolli's got phenomenal hands around the net. I love his volleys, his little drop volleys. They're perfectly executed. I've not seen him miss a single one of those today. And a wonderful backhand down the line. Cobolli finding his best tennis when he needed it really badly in this game. Up 5-3 in the fourth. Looks like we're going 5, guys. I'm going to Rosemount with my father next week. That's is they talking about head talking Bosch? That's not far away from where I used to live in Germany, by the way. We live right on the Dutch border. Second serve Zverev. How do you recover mentally after losing a big match? Or a player that you're supporting? I mean, it's tough, you know. It depends on the circumstance. Sometimes it hurts for a day or two. Other times it can hurt forever. It depends. But how do you get rid of it? You just let time pass. Time is your friend. It'll pass. You'll get over it. Just keep, don't just keep working. You know what I mean? Get back out there as soon as possible. That certainly can help. Dirty love. ATX Super Dave, I could not agree more. I cannot stand shadows on a court. You're making a great point there. They could time it so that it doesn't become a factor. Because sometimes it can be really brutal. I mean, Australian Open is probably the worst. Certain courts, certain times of the day, you literally can't see anything. Not so bad at this one. Even if it's like half covered, it's still okay. $40 love. That's a big hold from Zverev right there. 5-4. Cobolli serving for the fourth set. Let's see if we go 5. What a match. Let's go back to that first set, remember? I don't know. Who thought this was going to turn into this after the first set? I wouldn't have guessed so, I'll be honest with you. I was like, oh, it's early in that second. It's nice to see Cobolli like getting some good holds. I even started talking about like embarrassing score lines. I made a comparison to Anisimova against Swiatek last year at Wimbledon 0-0, because that's how dominant Zverev was, and that's how poorly Cobolli was playing. Like I was like complimenting him on holding serve and getting some decent holds, and then all of a sudden that 3-all game in the second where he screamed at himself, and the whole thing flipped. The whole thing flipped, guys. The whole thing flipped quickly. Anna, what will you do, Nick, now that all these matches are almost over? That's a great question, Anna. So I'll have a live stream tomorrow. I'll do Grand Slam wrap-up live stream every Monday after a Grand Slam. I'll do that, and then I have a bunch of videos coming out next week. I have a match coming on Saturday. A couple of lessons prior to that, and then I might cover some matches next week. I'll see. I know Kyrgios is playing. We'll see. I don't know if I'll have time. I'll try. I certainly will try to live stream some prior to Wimbledon. I'll cover some of those tournaments too. Not on a daily basis like the Grand Slam, but certainly at least during a Monday morning tennis rant. So I'll keep making content. Don't worry. I'll keep going. Second serve Cobolli. That's a great point from Zverev right there. Some solid hitting. And maybe Becker is right. I see Zverev doing something with his leg there. Maybe he's starting to feel it. I don't remember Zverev ever cramping? I'm trying to remember a match where Zverev cramped, but if he gets cramped right now, I think it's like a combination of physical and mental too. Second serve. Zverev playing well in this game though. That's incredible tennis. A couple of exceptional points from Zverev in this game. It's that shot that Cobolli has a hard time with. This one right here. Forehand, from outside the singles court with that diagonal line right there. So that's not as low of a percentage shot as it might appear. It's actually a diagonal shot. And he absolutely demolished it too, 99 miles an hour. Love 30. Second serve Cobolli, very short. Zverev ripping the ground strokes in this game. And a little too much on the forehand there. 15-30. Adam says it seems like he's cramping. Cramps. You guys ahead of me? Something wrong with his leg. I think you guys are ahead, but I'm not seeing that yet. Whatever you guys are seeing, I'm not seeing yet. And misses another forehand. 30 all. That's a huge forehand from Zverev right there. Huge. Could not be bigger. Inside in winner. He wasn't even set up that well there. He completely went for it. Just ripped it. Clean winner inside in. 30-40 break point. Afterwards, he did shake out his leg a little bit, so there could be some kind of cramps or something going on. Oh, that's a great point. Maybe the cramps will give him an excuse to play aggressively. It's not a bad thought. Needs aggression on break point. I agree 100%. And he's been aggressive this game. He's played a great return game here. Yeah, it's an exceptional return game. Backhand down the line winner. That's probably the best game I've seen him play all match there. On the return of serve. That was exceptional. Just completely went after it. Just absolutely ripping, and that's not a bad thought from Alex there. Maybe the physical problems forced him to just go for the shots. It's like I'm feeling something. Gotta keep these points short, and just started opening up his game, and it worked. 5 all. What a crazy set this has been. What a crazy match overall. Five all. Let's see how whatever's going on physically affects him on the serve, because sometimes the legs, when they're not there, they can decrease the power on the serve. So let's see how he's serving right here. Certainly, Cobolli gave a lot of service games away in this one, but this last one, Zverev earned that one. Cobolli didn't play that poor of a service game. Zverev was playing exceptional tennis there. Overhead from the baseline. Was that in? It was in. It didn't look like that serve had less speed on it. And that's a big overhead right there. Hit it freely. That's a nice point there from Zverev. At the net, 30 love. Don't think he's doing that bad physically, though, Zverev. I mean, I think, he did a couple of moves with his leg. I don't think he's in that bad of a shape. I gotta say, Zverev stepped up. He stepped up in this crucial part of the match and then increased his level tremendously. At 5-4. He's playing a solid service game here, 40 love. That's what you got to do to win a Grand Slam tournament. You got to find your best tennis when it matters the most. That's really the only way you can win one of these. Whoever's on the other side of the net has made it to a Grand Slam final, so that person is unlikely just going to hand it over to you. You got to take it. And he's taking it right now. Good return from Cobolli, 40-15. Surprised by very little aces. Generally, Zverev is not a guy that gets that many aces per match. Big forehand from Zverev right there. Big T serve. And he misses the overhead, 40-30. It's tough. Degree of difficulty on that overhead, very high, but mentally speaking, not technically. But he backs it up with a monster serve down the tee, and Cobolli's challenging the call. Cobolli arguing with the umpire, but it looks like the umpire is calling it in. They're arguing about a call there. Let's see what the umpire says. It's called in. Zverev holds 6-5. I mean, it's, to have this serve there for you to get you out of a jam, after missing that overhead, to be able to back it up with this ace down the tee is just such a luxury. But, we got to give Zverev credit. He stepped up his game. This was turning it into a nightmare a little bit for him, this fourth set. But he stepped it up in that 5-4 game and was probably played the best tennis of the entire match, at least on the return games in that particular game. And he's back in it. I think he's got a great chance to take it right here in the next game. Everybody's saying out. It was out. Did you guys see Hawkeye? They didn't show Hawkeye here. Did they show Hawkeye? Because normally they'll show Hawkeye. I didn't see anything. Everybody's saying out in the chat. How do you guys know? How can you see? How do you guys know it's out? Oh, they showed the Hawkeye. I didn't see it here because they went to the commercial. I didn't see anything. That's a monster serve for Cobolli there. Probably Cobolli hit it on the same spot where Zverev hit it. You know, right in the same spot. For an ace, 15 love. Oh, they showed the mark. Okay, gotcha. All right, I didn't see the Hawkeye here. Maybe they did show it here and I missed it. Maybe I was staring at the chat. I don't know. And 30 love. Looks like it's going to be a tie break. Another big serve from Cobolli. 30 love. It looks like it was out. Okay. I'll take a look later. Cobolli had the whole court open, but didn't do that good of a job. Wins the point anyway. Okay, everybody's talking about that call. I'm going to have to take a look later. I'll definitely rewatch that part and try to see. Or just go on Reddit. I'm sure they'll have it. But nice hold from Cobolli. 2 aces in this one. And the crowd really into it. Tie break. Can you guys believe it? Tie break. This is going to be insane. Love hold from Cobolli there. Let's see if Zverev can find his best tennis. It's as simple as that. Let's see whether he can overcome the importance of this tiebreak and just hold his nerves together. Zverev serving first. That's insane from Cobolli right there. That's insane. That is insane court coverage. And not a good start from Zverev right there. Doesn't do enough with that volley. Attempts a little forehand drop volley, but it's definitely too long. Flavio runs it down without any problems whatsoever. And hits a nice cross-court two-handed backhand passing shot. Winner. Mini break. 1-0 Cobolli. Second serve. Big kick there. And a very deep return from Zverev. Forces Cobolli to back up a little bit. 1-1. Dumps a forehand into the net. The Italian revenge. Now let's see. There's no Italian revenge unless you take the whole title. You know how that works. 1-1. I'm behind. Let's see. No, I'm all the way there. I can't go any further in this. I'm live as I can be. Maybe the stream is slowing down. I don't know. 1-1 right here. Second serve, Cobolli. Ismail, a good point. Zverev show emotion? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. He overhit it. He overhit it. The net. He clipped the tape. He had it. Cobolli had it lined up. He had it lined up. He just didn't hit it quite high enough. He clipped the net and it just went long. Phenomenal, again, defense from Cobolli. He's so quick. He is so quick. He's so quick, I think he overruns some of these shots. He's too quick for his own good. Certainly a very, very close forehand. I mean, we're talking millimeters there. We're talking millimeters, guys. Mini break, Zverev, 2-1. First serve clips the net, goes out. Second serve, Zverev. Drop shot, Zverev. Cobolli is so quick, runs it down. Open court shot from Zverev. 3-1. What a rally. Well, we wanted drama. We got drama in this one. Drama, tension. 3-1. Zverev 4 points away. A lot of tension in this set, guys. I mean, in this whole match, other than the first set, but especially now. Second serve. Cobolli with the forehand rip. Out. Cobolli gets the mini break back. Cobolli with a phenomenal forehand right there. 3-2. A very dramatic. 3-2 Zverev, Cobolli serving. Cobolli with a big serve down the tee, and Zverev can't control the return, misses it. Inside in, it's 3-all. US must be on a 1-minute delay compared to the rest of the world. Well, I got the score right here off an app. We're about 1 point. We're about 1 point behind. 1 point behind here with the stream, and the TV coverage is even more behind than the stream. So it's 3-all right now. I have a feeling that Zverev will drop if he loses his tiebreak. He needs to win it. Adams, you're so right. Who knows what can happen in that fifth set? Could be. I don't know. Humongous forehand from Cobolli. Listen, he's courageous right now. He's going for his shots, making them. Cobolli up 4-3. Zverev with 2 serves. He's hitting the forehand well in this tiebreak. Trusting it, ripping it. Zverev going to look at the mark. He accepts it. Second serve. He's going to feel it on this second serve. Let me tell you. He's going to feel it on this one. He is going to feel it on this serve. And yeah, I told you. Double fault. I felt it was coming. 5-3 Cobolli, mini break. It's turning into a thriller, this thing. Into a thriller, guys. 5-3. And a big, strong backhand approach out there from Zverev. 5-4. Cobolli with 2 serves to finish this 4th set and force the 5th. What will he do? Can he pull this off? He's been the better player in the tiebreak so far, I tell you that much. But doesn't mean anything. He's got to close it right here. Let's see if he's been coming in a lot. Maybe he'll sneak in a serve and volley off a kick and make Zverev, beat him with the return. Let's see. He doesn't. And he does that forehand drop shot with a hold afterwards. He holds it right here. It's such a good technique. It's like Alcaraz style technique. What a drop shot. What hands to pull this off at 5-4. The feel is spectacular. 6-4 Cobolli. Set point. Let's see what he does here. Let's see what he does here. He just completely mistimed that thing. Open court volley. Open court volley off a serve and volley. That was perfect serve. Zverev was done with this set. Zverev was toast in this set. What a way to blow match point. I mean, set point. This is crazy. I'm telling you, Cobolli is too fast for his own good sometimes. He's so quick. He's so fast. He overruns shots. I've seen him overrun several shots today. He overran that a little bit. He just... Open court volley he missed. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Still set point. Zverev serve. And Simon eating the draw right now. He can't handle the pressure either. Thanks, Simon, for the noise. Simon, thanks for the noise at this moment in time. Cobolli with the down the line forehand. Finally, he wins the fourth set by hitting a down the line forehand. If you guys have been watching this live stream, I've discussed how he has not made a single forehand from here to here, not a single one. I've not counted a single forehand he's made from here to here. And what are the odds of him making one on set point under this pressure, under this tension? I mean, tennis can be such a crazy game sometimes. He finally makes a down the line forehand at this stage. He absolutely rips it, and we're going 5. This is absolutely insane, guys. Simone is absolutely going to town on my draw. Take a look at my draw, guys. Got holes in it galore. This is crazy. It's absolutely crazy what's happening. We're going to take a short little break, and then we're going to... Simone, it's one more set, dude. Can you wait, please? Can you please wait, Simone? Please. Come on, stop. Just stop. Just stop. I guess I'm going to have to order coffee. I promised I was going to order coffee if we go 5. So I guess I'm going to have to do that real quick. I can't believe this match. I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's certainly incredibly entertaining. It's very dramatic. It's an incredible game, tennis, isn't it? I mean, this is incredible. You know? It's incredible to watch. And we're going 5. And Simone, go ahead and destroy the draw, Simone. It's fine. Tournament's almost over, but... Okay. Are we going to crack 1,000 in here? I've never had 1,000 people in my life, ever. It's a record, Simone. It's a record. Simone is hungry. He is. But I fed him before the match, but I'm going to have to feed him again. You're right, Anna. He does this when he's hungry. He does this when he's hungry. He does this to bother me, to get my attention. So, okay. Listen, I don't want to miss too much of this match. So quickly, I'm going to order coffee real quick. I'm going to feed Simone. I'll see you guys in like 1 minute, 2 minutes, okay? Guys, remember when I said only like 45 minutes ago or like an hour ago, we can't get greedy. We can't get like these 5-hour or 5-set epics every year. You know, sometimes you get a blowout final. But it seems like we're gonna get a Simone. Now you really are something else. All right, that's enough. I'm gonna have to put the draw away now. By the way, I put food out. He's not hungry. I don't know what's going on with him. He's just getting excited about the match, I think. All right. So here's the question: how much energy does Zverev have left? How much energy does Zverev have left? That's the big question right there. They're going through the match now. The first set, I mean, really was poor tennis from Cobolli. Zverev was playing well, serving well. Second set, I thought, you know, Cobolli, I was speculating like it was whether there's going to be a complete blowout, straight sets. But then, you know, he got into this match in the second set and completely flipped the whole thing. And since then, it's been quite crazy. It's been crazy. And this end of the fourth is just like out of this world. Very, very entertaining. Three hours 35 so far. Who's serving first? So now, since we're going 5, you know, like I said in the beginning of the match, now I think the fact that Cobolli didn't play for 48, now this turns into an advantage. So I thought that this was initially going to be a disadvantage, but now it turns into an advantage, a big one. A big one. Guys, I'll be right back. Hold on. Simone, you really... Cobolli serving first in the 5th, ball 15. Second serve. Strong forehand from Cobolli there. Down the line, 15-all. And Cobolli goes for that cross-court winner with his forehand from behind the baseline, misses it wide, 15-30. Right away, window for Zverev to go up a break. Zverev looking good early here. I'm looking out for like signs of physical problems because he was doing these moves with his leg late in that fourth set. In that game at 5-4 where he broke back. So I'm not really seeing any type of cramps or anything like that right now from Zverev. Cobolli hits the ball right into the Zverev racket. I mean, that point is gifted to Zverev. Hit the entire court open, plays that forehand right into the Zverev racket. Look at that forehand. I mean, it's like the easy put-away forehand. Hits it right to Zverev, because Zverev just gave up on this one, didn't even anticipate on that forehand, and ran down that little drop volley. Again, physically, Zverev looking okay early in this fifth. 15-40, but a huge and very timely ace from Cobolli down the tee, 30-40. Kick from Cobolli. And a backhand error from Zverev into the net. Deuce. Very, very interesting. Very interesting, guys. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. Second set. Yep. Second set. Set one. Hold on. Nice down the line forehand from Cobolli. And a break point again for Zverev. Very solid hitting from Zverev. You know, not hitting that deep, but hitting quite aggressively in this rally, I have to say, especially on the backhand side. And another break point. And Zverev breaks. Very, you know, this is not the first time Cobolli has gifted Zverev a break. And I mean, it's kind of brutal to call it a gift because Zverev did play some good points in this one. For example, that deuce point certainly was good from Zverev, but just another unforced error from Cobolli there with the forehand. And then that forehand that he played right into his racket, he had that point one. So, I mean, this is not the first time he has done that. There was several other circumstances where Cobolli did similar things to just give the break to Zverev. But, you know, I've learned in this match that this does not necessarily mean anything. We're far away from the end on this one, guys. In a normal world, we wouldn't even be here. Zverev would have been home already. The fact that he allowed Cobolli to come back in this one, you know, after that first set, he just dropped his level at a very unfortunate time in that second set at 3-all. And Cobolli at that moment in time was in the match. And now it's turned into an absolute nightmare. But there's still a solution for Zverev. He's up a break. Just serve it home. You know, if he can survive physically, he's still there. It's quite a wild first serve miss from Zverev. That's very unusual to see him miss a serve by that much. Second serve. Do you think Zverev jinxed himself by saying it's a big difference between Yannick Alcaraz and himself and the rest? Yeah, I definitely think it was an unfortunate statement for sure. I've discussed that before. Double fault Zverev, love 15. It's not something you want to say, but like just it was unfortunate to say that, and especially like equating himself with Alcaraz because he said there's a difference between Sinner, and he put Alcaraz and himself in the same at the same level, and then he said everybody else. And I don't know if he mentioned Novak. I don't remember now, but yeah, I don't know if that motivates other guys. It's hard to say. 2 double faults for Zverev. Like I said, that break didn't feel like it was a decisive break for Zverev. That, you know, Cobolli losing that serve didn't. He just maybe feeling it physically. Maybe he can't serve. Who knows? $15.30. Big serve on the tee from Zverev and a return error from Cobolli. 30 all. Cobolli just going cross court, backhand to backhand. Looks like the physically stronger guy right now, Cobolli, for sure. Body language, everything. Zverev looks exhausted, spent mentally and physically right now. Even though he's up a break in this fifth set, 1-0, to me he looks far away from the victory. I gotta be honest. He doesn't look like he's close to winning this thing. 30-40. He's gonna need to serve at his absolute best right here. Deep return from Cobolli there. Drop shot Zverev. Cobolli's going to get to it easily. He hits it deep and a down the line backhand pass from Zverev back to deuce. Cobolli this time not with a counter drop shot, but you could make the argument that a counter drop shot would have been smart in that instance because maybe Zverev not at the top level physically. Maybe you want to test him there. $40 all. No body expressions from Zverev, negative or positive. It's just so strange to watch him right now. I don't know. I mean, you would think he would pump himself up right there, saving break point. He already got a break. He gets very fortunate there that Cobolli doesn't do enough off that half volley dropper from Zverev. He was there. He was there in time. He tried to angle it off cross court, and the ball gets stuck on the top of the net there. It was a pretty good shot from Zverev. But again, no expression from Zverev. Maybe he's saving his energy. He doesn't want to, waste energy on pumping himself up, I guess. That could be one explanation, but it's just kind of weird, his body language right now. Winner from Cobolli. Back to deuce. Why does Zverev look tired? I don't know. He looks completely out of it. Should definitely change his shirt too. He's got salt all over his shirt. Change his clothes. Strong forehand from Zverev there. Strong backhand down the line from Zverev. Wow. That's a nice looking shot right there. Add in another chance to hold right here. Big serve from Zverev down the tee. And he gets the hold. 2-love. I would have not thought that Zverev was going to hold this game. Just the whole body language. Just such a strange match. I got to be honest with you. It's hard to make sense of it, to be honest. It's just, surely the drama is here. It's entertaining and all that. But it's just a weird match. It's a weird match. But nevertheless, Zverev still in a good position here. Up a break in the fifth. And Cobolli just on a gifting spree and misses an easy backhand. Love 15. Drop shot from Cobolli. Zverev runs it down. Almost had that volley right there. He looked pretty good in this rally, Zverev, so we can't read too much into the body language. Maybe he's physically okay. I don't know. The way he's walking right now he doesn't look good, but he ran that drop shot down pretty aggressively. A lot of explosiveness there. And a good reaction time on those volleys. So maybe he's not doing that badly physically. 15-all. Backhand error from Cobolli. Poor one. So unforced error. Anna, I don't know if my daughter was supposed to order it. I don't know where it is, the coffee. I better get here quick because this set might be over. 15:30. Zverev with a window for a double break right here. Second serve, Cobolli. Kick serve from Cobolli right there. And another backhand error. It's just a backhand errors galore right now from Cobolli. It's Cobolli that's mentally suffering. Why would Cobolli be mentally suffering early in the fifth set? He just, the only argument you can make is that, because he won such a, such a pressure-filled fourth set that his energy level went down a little bit. And it was low intensity, but it's not that compared to the end of the fourth set, the beginning of the fifth. That's not a pressure moment to the same degree. He just dropped his energy level a little bit there in the beginning. It's costing him dearly. He's allowed Zverev, who doesn't look right, to hang around, and not only hang around, but go up potentially a double break. And he's done that with some really poor tennis, Cobolli, with unforced errors. We just have to point out what's happening actually here. The beautiful backhand volley. As I've said, throughout this match, Cobolli's volleys have impressed me. I mean, the guy has such good hands at the net. 30-40. Second serve. No, he didn't lose focus because of excitement. When there's a lot of pressure in a set, there's a tremendous amount of pressure at the end of that fourth set. I mean, it was beautiful drop shot there from Zverev and a backhand down the line pass, and he goes up a double break. There was a tremendous amount of pressure in that fourth set tiebreak. And now once the tiebreak is over, the pressure is released for both players. All the pressure is gone, okay? So what that can do to a player is not only help them relax so they're not so tense and they don't feel that pressure, but it can also take the intensity out of a player. So it's very normal to feel a lack of intensity early in the following set, after a set like that. And in my opinion, that's what happened to Flavio. It wasn't like exhaustion. It wasn't anything else. It's just a drop in intensity there. Cost him that first service game. Somehow he doesn't break Zverev back, who's like struggling on his serve. Gives him 2 double faults in a row to go love 30. Doesn't break back, and now he's down 2 breaks. So it's, like I said, it's a match that's full of twists and turns, and logic would tell you it's over now, but who knows? We're going to have to see. Zverev up a double break, 3-0. I'll be right back, guys. Break point Cobolli. And I had a cat emergency that I had to tend to. I missed a couple of points in this rally. I know I was listening to it. I know Zverev was missing, and it was 15-40, but I didn't see it. You guys can educate me on what happened in this game. I unfortunately missed it. Volley lob from Cobolli. Zverev runs it down. And Cobolli misses the overhead. And Zverev saves 2 break points. He doesn't look good in between the points, but he's fighting hard. He's running well. I'm not detecting, like, look at how he ran that lob down. I don't buy into this like physically compromised thing with Zverev. I think he's doing quite well in the rallies, and he's looking poorly between them. I think he's doing okay physically. Playing good defense there. Deuce. Certainly, if he can claw out of this game, that certainly should be the match right here for Zverev. Second serve. Double fault. Zverev going to check the mark. It's the 9th double fault for Zverev. Certainly way more than normal. And it's very unusual to see him do 2 in a row like he did in his previous service game, up 1-0. Another breakpoint chance for Cobolli. That's strong right there from Zverev. A very strong play. Nice forehand cross court, very aggressive, comes in and cleans up at the net with the bounce overhead. Back to deuce. Cobolli just hang in there. Can he find another gear, Nick? Look, Cobolli is 100% physically. If he can get this break back, hold serve, anything can happen here. This is for sure an unpredictable match with, like I said before, it's hard to make sense of it. Yeah, he's still in it. However, if Zverev can hold here, it's 4-love in the third. You would think that'd be enough for him to finish it off. Add in. Nice rally there. That's a nice volley there from Zverev. That's a nice hold. 4-love. He's 2 games away from Roland Garros. And Zverev coming up with some clutch serving right there. Very clutch. Nice forehand from Cobolli, inside out, 15-love. Great volley by Cobolli again. As I've said in many previous times, his volley has impressed me a lot. Great volleyer, Cobolli. And he's going to be, for sure, a guy you don't want to face at Wimbledon. Dangerous on grass, too, for sure. 30 love. It's just, if you're Cobolli, that beginning of this set, he let it slip away from him. He let it slip big time. A nice drop shot right there for Cobolli, 40 love. Forty love. All right, 4-1. Hold Cobolli. Hold on a second. Okay. That should be enough. All right, Zverev, 2 games away from it to finish it off. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes so far. Should Zverev conserve energy in Cobolli's service game? Well, he's serving now. You mean in the next game? He's up 2 breaks. You could make that argument, yeah. I don't know the physical state of Zverev. I'm uncertain. You know, you can make the argument both ways, but if he's really feeling it physically, and he's got a couple of chances to serve it away, but he's got to hold here first. 4-1 up a double break. And Cobolli goes for that down the line back forehand again, the one that he made on set point in the 4th set. I still can't believe he made that shot after missing that volley. Up 6-4. Misses it this time again. He's missed a lot of those forehands down the line. 15 love. That's a nice backhand passing shot from Cobolli. Zverev's approach shot not placed that well. Right into Cobolli there. Big serve from Zverev right there. 30-15. Certainly a very entertaining final. I agree with you. Especially that 4-set tiebreak. That was very exciting. You know, this is the perfect scenario for Zverev in this fifth set, having gone up double break. He's got that cushion. He's got the insurance break. It's great for him, but it certainly killed a little bit of the excitement and the drama of this match, you know. I felt Cobolli had plenty of opportunities to keep it tighter in the beginning of the fifth. I'll let it slip. (40-15). And there's the hold for Zverev. He's one game away from winning Roland Garros. 5-1. Forehand drop shot from Cobolli goes into the net. Love 15. Has a big return from Zverev right there. Love 30 is 2 points away from Roland Garros. Guys, I'm back. My microphone went out at the worst possible time, if you can imagine. I think the microphone went out right on match point, and you guys couldn't hear me at all. So there it is, first Grand Slam title for Zverev. You know, he backed it up. He was the best man in the field once Djokovic went out, once Sinner went out. It was his to win, and he did it. What a strange match, though. I mean, one of the weirdest matches that I've ever seen. Finals for sure. I mean, there was a lot there. Certainly a lot of entertainment, drama. That 4-set tiebreak was so entertaining for sure. But I just can't make sense of the beginning of the 5th set from Flavio. I don't know. This is just something that he has to look back and analyze. And he had a big opportunity there. It's hard for me to make sense of Zverev's physical condition at that. And late in the 4th set, he was doing something with his leg, and he didn't look great between the points. He looked pretty good in the points. And Flavio just took his foot off the gas a little bit. But how? Like, just gave that first game away, you know? Then 2 double faults back-to-back from Zverev in the second game of the 5th. Love 30. He holds that game. And then Flavio gives him another break, a security break, just in case. So just that's hard for me to wrap my head around, like how that happened for Flavio. Because, I mean, look, he did a great job getting his energy back. Not back, like getting the energy up in this match and winning that second set. Because if you guys remember the first set, there was great tennis from Zverev, dominant tennis from Zverev, and then, you know, not very good from Flavio. Early in the second, I was like, you know, complimenting Flavio on holding serve and being able to hold serve and keep the score tight, because I was comparing to the match to like the Anisimova final against Swiatek last year. I thought we might see like a 1-2-1 match, because that's how dominant Zverev was. But then there was that service game from Zverev at 3-all in the second set, and the first point after Zverev had won 13 consecutive points on his serve, Flavio missed the return and started screaming at himself. And I started talking about how, like, you know, negative body language, screaming, throwing rackets is bad. You shouldn't do it, but sometimes it can help you to get it out of your system and you start playing better. I feel like that was the beginning of Flavio there. He's broken that game. Started playing way better. And then once we were 1-set-all, I feel the match was completely crazy, I'll be honest with you. It was a crazy match. There was a lot of gifting back and forth. It was, look, entertainment factor high, for sure. You know, the 5th set was weird, 6-1, didn't have any drama in it, but the entertainment in that 3rd and 4th set was sky high. And that's all we can ask for as tennis fans. You know, certainly not always going to be the highest quality of tennis. I've made the similar statements during the Sabalenka golf final. I thought that there was a super entertaining final. Might have not been the highest quality match, but certainly super entertaining. And I'll put this one in the same category. This was very entertaining, especially that 4th set. Yeah, like I said, Zverev takes it. Not going to get into the discussions now on how this changes things on WATP Tour. Let's save that for my analysis that's going to come out later on today. I will release a video with us, you know, analysis of this match. And also, I'm going to discuss how this will affect Zverev down the road as this increases chances against Sinner, against Alcaraz, and so on. Definitely going to discuss that later. And yeah, I want to thank you guys for joining this live. Just like yesterday, I'm going to let you watch the trophy ceremony in peace. I'm not going to bother you here with you watch the trophy ceremony in peace. I'm going to leave the chat up for another 10 minutes or so you guys can go in there and talk if you wish to continue to talk. And we'll go from there. Again, tune in later today. Subscribe to Intuitive Tennis. Tune in to a video. I'm gonna analyze the final. And tune in tomorrow for our live stream where we're going to discuss Roland Garros. And it's going to be a Q&A. It's going to be a Roland Garros wrap-up and Q&A. And I'll stay in here with you guys for a little longer until the trophy ceremony starts going. And I'll be back. Wimbledon's coming up, and like I said, I'm going to live stream matches during the regular season too. Like, I live stream a lot started with Monte Carlo. That's where I started, and I've been here like Masters Series. I'll do a lot of live streams, and even 500s I'll do. Not going to make it exclusive to Grand Slams. I don't think we hit 1K ATP 101 on 10101. I don't think we hit 1K. I think we're at like 900. We have not hit 1K yet, guys. We're still trying to grow this thing, and for sure, you guys were excited about this match, and it was a blast, guys. It was a blast to watch this. So yeah, I don't know what time tomorrow actually. I don't know. Usually I do it in the afternoon, so I'll probably do it again in the afternoon. Probably like. Let's just say like let's do it 3 p.m. Eastern, okay? I'll be here 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, so tune in. Q&A, we'll hang out, ask me whatever you want. Need you back for Queens and Wimby, man. I'll be back. I'll be there for Wimbledon every day, man. And I'll do Queens. Oh, we hit 1K just about the end of the fourth. Was it 1K for real? Oh, okay. I didn't even see it. I should have screenshotted it on my phone, but I didn't see it. So, yeah, I'll for sure do it during some of the other tournaments. I know maybe I'll do Kyrgios. He's playing in Stuttgart. I don't know yet, though, because I got some other things going on next week. But I certainly will do other videos. And I don't know what's going on with the trophy presentation. I got commercials here on my TV. I turned my stream off. Hold on a second. I got to turn the volume down and jump to live, see where we're at. Okay, they're just about getting started here with the trophy ceremony. So I'll let you guys go watch that in peace if you wish. And I'll keep the chat up for a little while longer, and I'll see you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, thank you so much for joining my live, and I'll see you guys then. Take care.